arrived here within the Feywild via teleport spell, showing up within the Morning Wood. Had yourself a little conversation with the friendly local Archfey Archie, who presented you guys with a unique little challenge to travel to the Veilwater and return with a celestial lotus intact, to prove to him that you're as capable as he suspected that you were. You guys pressed out after getting a kind of vague map of the surrounding area and learning about the way the terrain within the Feywild can change and shift, and followed Oni's very keen senses through the wilderness and along the trail. Being beset along the way by Cord and Galabdor, you continued on after dealing with them until you finally reached the Veilwater, this massive, enormous swamp. And as you crested the hill and looked down over the waterways and the trees and everything before you, you could see a small little ranch, essentially. Small hovel with a little storehouse next to it, both kind of mushroom shaped in their general design, and a couple of short, young, or short, small humanoids hard at work out front wearing red hats. Cautious and tentative of the situation ahead of you and knowing of what red caps were, you pressed on only to learn that they were just a couple of simple garden gnomes who were working at farming the mushrooms that grew here at the edge of the Veilwater. They farmed them, processed them, cut them up, and pretty much just ate mushrooms. It was their life. And as you met with Amon and Avis, you learned that they knew something about the Celestial Lotus, the flower that you had been sent here to get, but things seemed off. Their memories seemed fragmented or broken, and their ability to recall things was untrustworthy. Having run into this kind of thing in the past, you knew the solution to it and took a short rest in order for Nicholas to change some spells around in his book and cast Remove Curse on the poor, unsuspecting Eamon. Meanwhile, Oni took some
Sure.
time and did some scouting out around the area, finding you guys a few possible paths to move forward from this point, either following the water, which seemed to be the widest and the easiest to follow road, although um, the water did seem to get pretty deep once you got further out, so wading through it or swimming was probably not going to be an option. Uh, the jungle itself, the swamp itself, which was thick and heavily overgrown and would be difficult to traverse quickly, but would at least offer a little bit of like protection and cover that the waterways wouldn't. And then the canopy, which he really couldn't get through very far before retreating back down to where you guys had entered into the Vale. As Nicholas cast his Remove Curse spell, poor Eamon had his memories returned to him and broke down into a catatonic state, crying, "No, grandmother, no," over and over. And as his brother Avis attempted to console him and question you guys as to what the heck just happened, more concerned about his brother than he was accusatory to you guys, you started to kind of understand what might be going on here and sought to making him comfortable and trying to help process the trauma that he was now reliving in his mind. You delved into those memories with the detect thoughts and were able to see the memory of his other brothers and sisters being devoured and snatched away out of the swamp themselves, while he and Avis were the only survivors. Uh, Utilizing your scrying spell, you reached out following the trail of enchantment on these two gnomes to the source of it, attempting to scry on whatever it was that cast this. And while you were able to force said creature to fail the save initially with a well placed portent, a legendary power within her ultimately rejected your scrying spell, and you weren't able to gather much more information than a hovel of houses in the center of the swamp. You guys opted to press forward following the waterways, and Ken used Fabricate to make you a little canoe so that he and Nicholas and Aerith could kind of ride safely along in the water while Oni and Mia flew along besides. And you guys pressed on into the heart of the Vale. for a couple hours, you just rode along, listening cautiously and keeping your ears and senses perked to the surrounding environments before you finally saw these massive lily pads start to kind of just like not appear, but they became more and more frequent as you got further and further in.
They
And
jiggled.
in this, yeah, they jiggled their way out of the water. And as you came across a massive copse of these lily pad uh, platforms, some 30 or 40 feet in diameter, you could see a young woman, half elf maybe, standing on top of one of them and waving her arms in the air, not making a sound, but trying to get your attention. And as she finally got your attention, she indicated for you guys to be as quiet as possible and that there was stuff in the water. As you drew close, you stealthily closed the gap with her, and as you began to talk with her, I believe it was Aerith that flubbed that stealth check, and
Yep.
the Marlboro that were laying in wait within the water attacked. Three massive viney creatures erupted from the water, and their front splitting open in a massive toothy maw that erupted this horrible bad breath that forced you guys to be gagging and reeling, taking significant amount of poison damage. You ultimately were able to deal with the Marlboro, but they dealt a blow to you as well, and in the aftermath of it, the young woman, Marianne, identified herself and begged for you to follow her and help her save her sisters, who were being kept by a hag in the center of the swamp. You guys think everything's a trap. It's probably why you're still alive, and assumed that this was probably a trap, but not really knowing what else to do and her not showing any other indications, you attempted to remove the curse on her the same way you had the gnomes, which seemed to have an effect. Something was removed, but she shook it off and then continued to implore you. You attempted to dispel any magical enchantments, but were unsuccessful in doing so. And ultimately, you guys followed Marianne further into the swamp, leaving the fabricated canoe behind and going the rest of the way on foot. As you drew closer and closer to the center, she kind of like indicated where her sisters were in these like hovels of houses, and Nicholas sent his arcane eye drifting out into the space beyond the branches to kind of analyze the battlefield before you guys really go in there. And as he drifted around, he couldn't see anything really alive. There were some houses. One of them seemed to have a trickle of smoke and some like fire inside, but as his arcane eye drifted around, he couldn't see any signs of life. And ultimately, you guys opted to head on in and just knock on the door because nothing else seemed to be happening. And as you stepped towards this closest building, the one that had the fire burning within it, you knocked on the door, and as the first raps of your knuckles against the door hit, Marianne burst forth from the trees and ran out into the space, calling out, "Grandmother, grandmother, I'm back. I've brought them like you asked." And as she ran past you all, she kind of jumped into the middle of this wooden pathway here, and you turned to see as giant arms erupted out from underneath this massive dead tree in the center. And as the body lifted itself out, the lower half, more snake or worm like than anything else, wrapped and coiled down into the darkness of the soil. So far, you can't even see the base of her. She just sort of like arms pulling herself out, and she looked down at you, and as Marianne looked up at her and her eyes twinkled, she snatched her up with her left hand and in one fell motion shoved her into her mouth and crunched and devoured the poor young woman. And as you all stared up at her in a moment of shock, she looked down at you. "So, why are you here?" She licks her lips, and the viscera still dripping from her teeth falls on the wood before you.
You
Well,
know.
uh, so we were requested to look for a certain flower by someone. Um, I'm not sure if it's here. And honestly, I'm at the point now where I don't think it's a good idea to even be here anymore. Uh, this is your home, and I apologize for intruding on said home. So
Oh.
we were just, we were just looking for a flower, and honestly, I'm not sure if it's even here anymore.
We did see the flower, by the way.
Nicholas did, actually, yes. He continued to scout forward with his arcane eye. I'd forgotten about that, and found that the pathway beyond here leads down to the kind of multi-tiered pool with the giant willow tree and the golden globules of like almost bioluminescent seed packs kind of hanging from it, and the celestial lotus floating in the water before
God damn
it.
Right? So,
But as she smiles down, she goes, "No, no, no intrusion. It's not often that the living stumble in here willingly."
Oh boy.
I mean, we could just like go get a flower and then leave you alone. And it was like we were never here.
But they are mine. Everything in this swamp is mine. Why would I give it to you?
Because you're a nice, generous person?
Are you trying to persuade her? No, she's just gonna. She looks at you, and it's almost as if the trees around you laugh in an echoing cadence with her as her head cracks back and her mouth kind of opens and she cackles loudly into the woods, and you realize that the cackling you'd heard earlier after breaking poor Eamon's modify memory, eerily similar to what you're hearing right now.
It's fine.
I mean, you seem reasonable. Surely we can make a trade of some sort or exchange information for the flower. We can come to an arrangement, I'm sure.
She looks over each of you. Perhaps. Her eyes linger for a second on Ken, and then Mia, and they drift to Oni, to Aerith, finally back down to Nicholas. And what would you offer?
Friendship?
I could teach you a cantrip. One I bet you have never seen before.
A cantrip.
It has its uses, I swear. I have a ever-smoking pipe. Very good fun.
She smiles.
Could you resize it for her? Make it usable via giant woman?
I need you to get down.
Giant ever smoking pipe?
Well, I guess, what exactly do you want for
Well,
a said flower?
I can only assume that you seek the lotus. Something of equivalent divinity seems fair.
Yeah, but just one, you got like a whole bunch. You wouldn't even miss one of them.
I would.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're particularly attached to all of them, that's fair. Do they have names?
Kind of like rears back into the hovel, like retreating just a little bit. Do not play games with me.
I'm very sorry for her friend. She is very friendly. I assure you, she meant no insult by her comment.
No, I name flowers sometimes. They're really cool. It's like a pet rock, right? And you have it, and it's your best friend, and then you put him down somewhere and forget. And that's
I
sad.
see many sources of that same divine power amongst all of you. Would you part yourself with one of them in trade? Perhaps you, young woman, would like to stay.
Oh, with stay?
Yes.
I don't. Well, I don't think I can stay because I got a lot of stuff to do.
Or him. And her long gnarled arm comes out and she points one massive finger that's about as big as one of you out to Ken. If one of them stays, you can take as many flowers as you can carry. That is my deal, gnome. No cantrip will suffice for such potent magic as my flowers.
But we only need one flower. Surely we can come to some compromise for just one flower. I know other spells as well.
Okay. Did she say she sensed our specific magic before?
Yes. No. She just said she sensed divinity in it.
Divinity.
Oh, okay.
Sources of divinity.
Or artifacts.
Oh.
I don't want to teach her a level 10 spell.
What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, well, obviously, me or Mia staying is a no-go, so we have to figure something else out.
Mia will get up close to Ken and whisper really quietly, just I mean, I could say I would and then leave, maybe.
How long
would be bad?
would we have to stay?
Forever.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Could you come with us instead? Till we convince you to join our band of merry men.
No.
Todd's a celestial.
You
Would that
left
count
Todd
as
with
divinity?
with the gnomes,
Well,
though.
I got that, but I could summon a different one.
A different Todd.
Am I that disposable to you,
No,
Nicholas?
I'm not. No, I'm keeping Todd. Todd stays. I'll find some random thing.
Well, the Fae are all about tricky stuff. What if we tricked?
You don't need all of us, correct? Maybe a hair for one flower.
Everybody's racking their head trying to figure out a way to trick this big bitch.
She's just she kind of just is in the picture. She's just keeping her arms craned up, her eyes training between each of you. This her tongue isn't fully deployed at the moment, but this long tongue kind of comes out and just lashes along her lips every now and then.
Yeah, I don't like the word.
She definitely looks at Ken and Mia with a very hungry look in her eyes.
I don't like that you're describing her as hungry, and you also worded it like her flower, like it
Right.
was a euphemism. Not a fan.
I didn't mean that, but
Or the talk about tongues and deploying.
hey, it's a hag, man. What do you expect? But
Nicholas,
since
are
he
you
is
into
got
older
passions
women?
and passions.
Maybe you can swing something for her.
No, no,
I mean,
I'm not into this one.
I could. What if I gave her part of me and maybe not the whole?
Oh, we could discuss without him
Okay, we're
interfering.
discussing.
Amazing.
Like, what if I could give her like some blood? Do you think that would be a terrible idea? It's got.
Almost assuredly.
I mean, sure.
It might work, but I'm assuming there'd be
But she could use it as a type of voodoo magic.
Sure,
Yeah.
but
Okay, I don't want to give her an artifact of any
right.
kind.
I feel like it's like
Mm-mm.
one of our
Mm-mm.
artifacts or me or Ken like staying with her
Mm-mm.
forever, which like
Yeah, or
could
a really
plane
high
shift
level
away, but
spell.
she might be able to stop that.
The problem, so if we could, it'd be amazing if we had wasted all of her legendary actions, because then I could just time stasis her, grab the flower, and leave.
Yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't gain us any ire as well. And she seemed to have kind
She's
of a
gonna
far
have
reach.
high intelligence.
I'm
That
back.
too.
Yeah.
No, hold on. We're still discussing.
Well, I can hear. That's fine.
No.
No,
You're not allowed.
No.
We didn't tell you you were allowed to listen.
Don't want to teach. Like, I could teach you like some valuable magic, but I don't want her to have the valuable magic.
Right, and I don't know how much she cares about that being like just random like mortal plane magic.
Oh no, she would care about 2 of them.
Jesus, what kind of nukes do you have in your spell book?
They're not.
Don't worry about it.
They're yeah. Not supposed to know about it.
Forbidden magic.
Hey, pretty much.
Yeah.
Mistress said no, don't do that.
Right. But I mean,
Yeah,
so
then
I
I'm
guess
sure
you're
she
right
would.
now.
I'm sure she'd love to find out that you taught a random giant legendary hag in the Feywild
Yeah.
forbidden magic. Let's not make her mad for if she comes back later. Like,
I mean, she's around right now, technically. It's for 20 years. Oh, do you want to know about the future? We could give you information on the future.
You could talk to Mister right now, I guess, 20 years in the past, and be like, "Hey, what?"
What a bitch. No.
I mean, I'm just going to let y'all know I'm not staying. I'm not letting
Yeah.
me stay.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we don't have the luxury of any. Like, no one can stay.
yeah.
Not only are we in the past right now, we have a very important mission going on. Nobody's staying.
Yeah.
What if we only promise to stay for 20 years and then we come back on our original timeline and be like, "All right, you're done. Come back."
Pull a Robo from Chrono Trigger. Leave that man in the past. Come back.
And I mean, so on the other hand, then we fight her. We can always do that.
I'm not sure about that. 'Cause
I don't know how
tip
good that
shape.
will go.
Yeah, I didn't say it was an amazing idea, but I said it is an option.
I mean, I could talk to Bistra. Be like, hey,
Yeah,
this
hold
is
on, I need to
Nicholas
make a phone
number.
call.
This is Nicholas number 2. I have
Spare
questions,
Nicholas?
but right now I'm in a crypt with a hag. And
What can I give a hag that she'll give me a flower?
I need a flower.
Nick, bust your deck of cards out. Play her real
Wait a
quick.
minute, can I? If it's a magical flower, can I just ask Mistra for the flower? Like, hey, can you create one for me?
I mean, you could certainly try.
I'm sure that worked out well.
Well, first I want to see if the hag is interested in knowing anything about the future.
Future does not interest me. To know of the future is to change it, and then it is worthless.
What if it's really cool?
What if it's really important information?
Don't you want to know when you're gonna die?
I will never die. I am the veil. I am the swamp.
We're kind of from the future. Kind of already know you're gonna die. You want to know how to avoid that?
I mean, he's not lying technically.
You just have to give us a flower.
Actually, if anything, giving us the flower helps prevent you die.
That's what I meant. It'll prevent us from killing her.
No. Like literally, like she will die if we can't get this all fixed.
Feel
Everything
like
will.
I need a group persuasion check. I need everyone to roll persuasion.
Oh my god.
Fine,
My-
I got a high score, right?
Persuasion is great, you
Oh,
guys.
no.
Nice.
No!
So
We're
it's-
all real good.
I mean, it's pretty much going as I figured it was going to go.
I
That's
can
what I
make up for
figured.
a little bit.
Okay, all right, that's not
I'm
bad.
so
for me.
nervous.
You
I'll
guys
give
have a way to
somebody-
re-roll, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, if I didn't roll so well.
Wow.
I tell you what, I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Good. Do it.
And I'll give Nicholas a D4.
We take those.
Is that a spell, Mia?
No, it's the bed luck.
Okay. All right, that's right. It's a class feature.
So I
Clash
I
of
got you to a
Demons?
20.
Yeah, 20's good.
Okay. All right. As you posit this information of her ultimate demise, she kind of looks between each of you and... Actually, hold on. This is good. God, do
Quick
I love
fortune
this
turn down.
fucking stat block. She kind of like narrows her eyes. What do you know?
All right. So
Is that you accepting the deal then? We can't just give you the information without you first accepting.
Kind of like her, you see her like struggling against it in her own mind. Give me 1 minute. Roll something. That's what I'll do.
Get the hag to join us in the final battle.
No, knowledge of the future is destructive. It will only destroy us. No. No. I do not accept your deal.
Oh,
Your knowledge is poison, even if I were to take it. If I were to know and act upon it, it would change everything. And if I were to not act upon it, I would just be subject to it. No.
quite a dilemma.
I mean, this is the same dilemma if you had either, our two friends to stay with you.
They would not stay long. Just the rest of their lives.
What makes you think they're not as immortal as you?
I can see the power they walk with. Potent, but like a child. Growing, evolving, ascending. They are not immortal. They can die as easy as you.
Well, in about 20 some odd years, I would say you might die too. If you don't give us the flower, that is.
I appreciate Nicholas's tenacity.
I feel like it's gonna get us into battle, but it's okay.
She
I
like
mean, we're probably going to have that happen anyway.
Yeah, I don't
Just
think we
her
have much of a
teeth.
choice.
at you.
I'm trying to be very polite. I realize you don't want to know the future, but I assure you, if we get the flower, we shall most assuredly do our best to divert your death.
Nicholas, roll me a
I
persuasion.
guarantee it is very vital. That flower.
If you only knew the allies we have made, you would understand that you can trust us to make bad decisions.
Persuasion.
11.
I'm gonna use a luck die.
Okay.
18.
18. That is better.
Okay, and then
Flash.
that'll give you another
Okay.
24 as
22.
well.
Another D4.
24?
24. 25, actually. Because Flash gets him an extra. He gets a 23, so 25. As you assure her of this, you see her eyes linger on you, Nicholas. You feel a presence immediately in your mind, massive and intrusive. Do you resist it?
Trying to refrain.
You could ask politely.
Do you try to resist it?
Uh, yes.
All right, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
You should know to ask first.
Consent.
It's magic, correct?
Yes. Yes, you would have advantage. Yep.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Okay. You kind of like you hear or you feel this press against your mind, and then you call out to her, and you kind of like close off your own mental defenses, but it's like this presence is so large, so massive, it smashes through, and you immediately start kind of reliving random memories as she rifles through your extremely long memory, which she wasn't expecting.
Oh, no,
So
this
I'm
book
going to
is much
roll her
larger
an
than I thought.
investigation check. All right.
Good luck finding the information you need.
She immediately dives in, and they're younger memories, older memories, you communing with Mistra, and she's, wrong. Casts it aside and dives further and deeper and digs and digs and digs, and you have this like almost scenes of my life moment where you are brought along on the most chaotic roller coaster ride through your own psyche. But with a dirty 20, she ultimately does find what she's looking for. That is the last month or so of your life, which has been with the Wanderers of Starlight. And as she absorbs this knowledge, she kind of like retracts. I see.
No, you said you didn't want to know the future. You just stole that information. I believe you owe us a flower.
You are amusing. You are right. That was impolite. But so was what you did to my poor, poor friend Demon. I believe we are fair now, little no.
God damn it.
Looks over each of you. There is no certainty that you will win even with this Archie's help. You wish to return to your time, your world. Yes.
Not that our friends first.
They are not here. Not now. She kind of like grunts and looks to her side. Two of them are, but they are not. You are on a fool's errand here, boy. I can send you home now. But
It had to have brought us here for a reason.
Yeah, the problem is, we might be here because we were supposed to be here, and doing this is something that has to happen. So if you send us back, you could be inadvertently changing everything. which would cause even more problems for us.
Time to
And I-
travel.
Yes, think about it this way. Either you help us and there's a chance we succeed, or you don't and we all die. Seems a very simple choice to me.
Think you're just walking out of here if you choose to not take my deal. Do you think I would allow such delicious morsels to walk free? No.
We are being
You
very
will take a
polite.
deal. And so
I
have
would suggest
I.
you not press us. You know how old I am. You saw some of my memories.
You know how old I am.
We really don't go down smoothly. It's not worth
Men,
it.
do not press us.
I believe you on that, which is why we have been talking. But I will not go without some recompense for that which I protect, which is mine. And you will not leave here without
a
a
ration.
deal being struck.
You look like you haven't had good food in a while.
I just ate quite a delicious little piece of chocolate. But such treats do not sustain or grow one's body as sufficiently as the divine power your allies walk with. And you
I don't like this conversation anymore.
have stumbled into my web. So far, we have been cordial, if rude, with each other. But there is no leaving this place without making a deal with me.
I might need to make a message.
You do not wish to leave one of your allies behind. Fine.
Should I do a sending to Mistra, be like, need help, new cat?
Hold on, need to talk to mom.
Yeah, right. I need to check something really quick.
If I do message her, Mistra will probably be pissed because why are there two Nicholases?
I'm sure it's fine.
Is it Nicholas's or Nikolai?
No, that's
Nikoli.
Russian Nicholas. And then she'll look, and then she'll see, hey, who is that funny thing right there? And look at Mia and be like,
Make a deal with me.
Make a deal with me. She sneers down. You don't want to leave one of your allies. Fine. You carry with you several artifacts of the divine. One for one. One flower for one of your artifacts.
It's too bad Eonos wasn't here for this. He could just give him Phaeton and then summon it later on, no problem.
Right.
I mean, she never said we had to give her the best artifact, just a artifact.
I mean, do we just have spare artifacts? Like, are you holding out on this, Nick?
I mean, does she count the ever-smoking pipe as an artifact?
I can almost
I started with
assure
that.
you not. I'm pretty
This
sure
is a legendary
she's
smoking
probably
pipe.
looking at something like Ken's sword, the bracelets
Yeah.
Aerith has, the beads on Oni's neck, maybe like our unique weapons.
problem.
There are
Something
4 things that she's been lingering
drastically
on.
important.
Technically it's Ken's armor, but you would guess it's probably Justice. Aerith, the bracelets that are on your wrist, Oni's beads, Mia's staff.
Not interested in Nicholas's book.
Not interested in Nicholas's book.
That's a surprise.
It is
She's not
powerful.
married,
Don't get me
dude.
wrong. That is a powerful artifact, but it's in the same line of like the Sicarius. It's not divine
Gotcha.
in nature.
Well, I thought Mistra helped make it.
She did.
No,
Helping
okay.
isn't.
That's fair.
Yep. Yeah, but it's what those are the 4 things that she's been lingering on.
I hate tingles in my nose.
Negative.
Ugh. Sorry.
Or if anybody has anything else they want to try doing, please let me know.
I'm thinking about.
I know. I know.
What to say to Mistra that doesn't get me in trouble with her?
If Mia were to step up like closer to Oni and whisper to him, would she think that maybe she wouldn't be able to hear?
She could try. I would say it's probably if you don't have stealth proficiency, it'd just be like a wisdom check because it's like a wisdom-based stealth check.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been fighting this whole time because Oni's not especially talkative, dude. He's been fighting the urge to just kind of look like he's zoning out, and just have a fucking echo have his consciousness and go take a flower real quick while we're talking. But I feel like she's gonna see him do that in a heartbeat.
What's the flower called again?
The Celestial Lotus.
Could we trade something less important for like a seed that we could, I don't know,
She's trading
collect in like
these
20 years?
lotuses. 20 years. I'll give you 100 now.
Call Present Nick and have Present Nick once again write himself a long message to go, find the lotus seed that you planted now so that you can get in. Make sure that that's in Mia's bag of holding, and then
Oh no! Whoop.
took the long way around.
Nah, here's what we do. We supercharge unstable Rose right now and make sure they get a hold of the fucking lotus while they're in their really darkest time.
Oh no.
So we've established that Ken, like, Justice is like locked on Ken. Like, if he dies, it becomes a regular sword, correct?
It has always been that sword. It went dormant because it was linked to Ken, but that sword was still Justice. It was just the Justice in the first form that, like, when Ken inherited it from Bahamut, it just looked like a normal longsword until it awoke for the first time.
Okay. All right. Shit.
All right.
I was about to say, hey, let's just pretend to give her Justice, grab the flower, and then once we're far away enough, I just haul it back. And then we just haul it back.
By giving it to her, I don't know if you could do that.
So what do you? How are you casting that, Nick?
Mistra. That is because I know her in a first playing with the thing. I gotta reload everything because I accidentally right clicked and it caused it to take a.
Oh no.
Means I know her on first space message. I was thinking sending, I believe.
Okay. Roll me a d20.
Yep.
As you begin to cast the spell, the hag immediately, her eyes lock in on you with a flash,
Come
and
on,
as she
gotta take a-
recognizes,
take a
I'm just
phone call.
messaging a friend. Calm down. I assure you, we are trying to get you something you want.
roll me a persuasion check really quick.
I am calling a friend.
Ma'am, he's calling the manager. Just hang tight.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You
You
throw
see
a
her-
nat 20 on this.
Her eyes begin to they have been this palish blue green that almost ripples with the stagnant flow of like swamp water. And as she looked at you, they flashed with this steely gray for almost a second until you were like, hold on. And she kind of like, and she kind of looks over the rest of you as I type up your response. Give me 1 second.
Now, what does Mom say back to you?
It's gonna be Nicholas.
What the fuck?
Why are you messing with time when you shouldn't be?
I did. It was someone else. I was dragged into it.
She's gonna hit you with that. We don't have the money for it now. We'll get it for your birthday.
That's a big ask right now.
I'm in a pickle.
Are you sure that's just it?
I mean, that's the kind of. I did say I'm in a pickle.
That's exactly what he said.
I did preface it with a sorry.
You did.
I did say sorry. That's the important part.
Mother, I'm sorry. What the fuck did you do now?
Help.
I had the two.
Okay, that's what you get back.
Of course, she knows. Well, she knows about Mia. Well, that's bloody brilliant.
As you hear the voice of your goddess in your mind, familiar and comforting, but not disappointed, but afraid, kind of cautious and wary of what's happening right now. You hear the hag in the real world. Choose one of your artifacts for one of my flowers, or one of your friends for as many as you can take.
It's complicated. Sometimes we need some time to think about it.
No more of that. And she points her gnarled finger at Nicholas. Discuss among yourselves, but no more magic.
Very well.
Nick's sulking over here.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I've been waiting for you to reach out to her.
Nah, that's fine. Well, he's sad because of Mistra, but he's also annoyed because he's getting very irritated by the hag.
Yeah, no.
Just time stasis her. Just be like, be quiet. We're talking.
Well, I honestly would if I knew it would work, which I know it won't because of legendary resistance.
I mean, you know. Just gotta hit her with a bunch of things that burn all of
Alright.
those right now.
Group talk.
Right.
Sidebar.
I don't really know what I don't know what options we have at this point, honestly.
Mistra will not help us.
Oh.
She's a bit busy at the time. Also, she knows you, Mia. She says hello.
Neat.
Alex.
Were we
Tell her-
friends?
Tell her Mia says hey.
I will later. It's a bit complicated, but
Okay.
violence
Is an option.
is probably the only one.
Yeah.
Great.
Lovely. Fantastic.
So, any ideas how to get this started?
It's like the only other idea that I have that I could give her my staff, and then I think I can make it explode, and that might hurt her. But then it would explode, and I need that.
Let's not do that.
Yeah.
I'll just like squeeze by everyone and just one last ditch effort. It's like, look, we are on a mission to save reality. That flower might be one of the very small chances we have to winning this thing. If we don't, Tiamat breaks free, and then that's it. Game
Oh,
over.
we could pay her back after we win.
Look,
I am.
you said there's no chance we're gonna win, but there's a guarantee that we lose if you don't do this.
Exactly. So we're
I
pleading
never
with you.
said there is no chance that you would win. I said there is no guarantee you will win.
Exactly, but there's
Well, it's
almost a sure
guaranteed we
thing we lose. Yeah.
if you don't give us the flower.
If your mission hinges so critically on that. She kind of shakes her head. Then I will fight the battle when it comes to my doorstep. This veil will survive.
I doubt that.
But to be fair, everybody, you could make one more group persuasion check.
Like, for fuck's sake.
We pay you back.
You're trying to ask for something for free from an extremely powerful hag.
It's not for free. She gets to live or she gets to die.
Yes, we better get the gears a turning.
Oh.
I have one last idea before we fight, because I think that's gonna happen. I could teleport somebody over there. You could grab the flower, and then I could teleport all of us back to that town. If you think
She's
that
got
would
a
work.
counter spell.
Well, then we can counterspell her counterspell.
That is true. And then we have a very angry hag.
That's not our problem if we're not there.
As you make this,
It will probably be our problem for the window of you teleporting somebody over there to grab the flower, because I don't think she's gonna let you teleport after that.
Well,
Also, we could be in a certain area that doesn't allow teleportation.
only one way to find out.
Does that waste a spell slot when you do that?
To try it. I mean, it would just be a vortex warp, like, for first, and if there is no teleportation, I think that would automatically tell me if that's not feasible. And that's just a second level spell.
That's fair.
That way we can at least get one for sure.
I mean, if you guys are
I
willing to
got-
take the risk, like, we don't have a lot of options here. So I'm not saying no. Just maybe put your hands up when you do it. That way, if she decides to swing, you're not unguarded.
as the
Can
group makes...
only shade be vortex warped?
No, that was actually
tried,
already asked
yeah.
already today.
I tried.
Not technically a
Not a
creature.
creature,
It's an
unfortunately.
echo that manifests.
But
it
I can
doesn't
throw. So if you want to try, and it's going to lead to battle either way, probably. But I can throw Oni over there. You can grab it, and as long as I can see you, I can teleport, like teleport us. And I can also try to do the first one, subtle spell, so that maybe it buys us another minute.
And we're probably going to need one big distraction, too.
Why not come out swinging, right?
I just wish she didn't have her resistances.
Right?
You burned one of them
brain.
already.
That is true.
know,
I
My
did burn.
bane of every fucking boss battle, man.
I was honestly like, hey, if they leave and rest, then she gets that legendary resistance back. But if they don't, then she's just down, because that's per day.
And it's 3 per day is most bosses, correct?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Most
most things are
bosses,
3
yeah.
per day.
And we just gotta do it 2 more times. And then we throw a nuke at her.
Okay.
I mean, they can't be mad if we bag up holding bomb in the past, right? Because we haven't done it yet. This will be our first infraction.
Maybe that's why I get arrested the second, because it was the second.
Yeah, because it's the second infraction.
I mean, honestly, it's really funny because when Okra arrested you guys, she even said that this happens from time to time, and normally they just stitch up the holes and they ignore it because it's not a big problem. The problem was you set 2 off in rapid succession, which meant that it was
Second and
intentional.
third.
I'm not saying no. And do you have empty bags of holding? Because it destroys the bags.
No.
Not really. All right. So if it is looking like we're about to start the battle, then I want to do the
As
vortex warp thing.
you all once again implore for her to help you, that the mission that you are serving is not one of good necessarily, but of all existence, of maintaining the world, not only for those who are fighting for the greater benefit of all, but for those who want to take advantage of all of the vices of the world. You've made allies with devils and evil people in the past with this philosophy, and as it kind of almost sinks in to the hag, shakes her head. No, we can't listen to them. We must protect it. It is ours. They are ours.
Okay.
No, no. I will not give anything for free. I have made a fair offer. The 4 of you leave and 1 stays, or you will leave one of your divine artifacts with me, and the rest of you can all leave. Those are my offers. Take it or leave it.
I mean, we've already made it a double deal. What if we set you up with a nice timeshare in the Delllands where the magic's unstable and crazy, and you get to enjoy all that chaotic arcane energy at will, you know? Set you up with a swamp out in maybe the Dell of Earth or the Dell of Water, let you relegate to handle your own little area.
Is Oni actually making this argument, or is this Earth above
Yeah,
day
no,
1?
no, O'Neill's.
Okay. As Oni makes this argument
And
and
I'll
Mia
hold for
begins
a
to
second.
cast the spell to get ready, you get your subtle spell ready, you activate the subtle spell feature, and as you begin to activate that, now normally all it is kind of like a subconscious reaching out and a connection to the weave around you, the tethers. And as you make that connection before you can even start to cast Vortex Warp, she locks in on you immediately, Mia. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw. No! More magic! And I need everyone to roll me initiative.
Me no more
Before
magic.
she yells out, I like to grab Ken's hand and activate my convergence to do our combo move. Just right
I thought
at
she
her.
told Nicholas no more magic, not everybody.
Oh no,
Oh my
that
God.
was definitely it.
Oh, why?
Mia,
Yep.
Oh
you
Jesus.
take 61 points of damage and are confused
I am confused.
as her eyes once again lock in on you, and that steely light flashes to full vibrance. Wham! You feel this unearthly gaze slam into you with such force that racks your body and your mind. Half of that was psychic, half of it was force. As you see Mia staggering back, her eyes kind of reeling into her head, she...
I think I have resistant to force, so how much is it with halved on the force?
okay, so resistance to force would be... you can add 17 back.
Okay.
I need to get
Ow.
boss music going. Pause.
See, this is why we always have spare artifacts on hand.
Oni, you are up first, as you are definitely more dexterous than she is.
Awesome, love to hear it. Love it when negotiations fall apart in the swamp with a giant hag with a mile-long tongue.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, I guess we're already here, right? Do the usual punching, you know? Swing for the fences over the best.
30 does hit, yeah.
RKO from the high rope.
Okay. Alright, let me see. Okay, non-magical. Alright, got it. 19 misses. 21 hits.
Alright, so we know it's at least 20.
It's probably the magic number.
As you close the gap, kind of leaping in towards her shoulder, you strike out once. She reels back as your kick flies through the air, and as she repositions herself, wham! The third strike. Bonus action?
I'm gonna play it a little bit safe because I don't know how physical she gets. He's gonna patient defense.
Okay.
Give himself, a little bit of bob and weave movement.
All right. Start of her turn, she is going to rear up. Her head kind of cracks back, and her mouth opens, and this horrible howling noise comes out. And as she does, these points of light, black and green, kind of warbling around her head, manifest like stars. She looks down. She's going to then use her 3 melee attacks on Oni.
With disadvantage because I got dodge.
Okay, disadvantage. That is a 16 on the first, 23 on the second.
Nope.
15 on the third. Also misses as she strikes out at you 3 times. Can't hit you. Let's see then, how does this spell work? Send streaking 120 range spell attack, which would be disadvantage because of all melee. That's fine. Okay. I just need to figure out.
Nick, look out!
I mean, you say that, but that's exactly who she's aiming at. So, it's a natural one.
I'm lucky.
As she swipes down at Oni 3 times, you see him like kick off her hand. The third one, as she misses all 3 attacks, she rears up, and one of those beamed beats of light, like a shooting star, across the battlefield at Nicholas. Nicholas, you kind of duck out of the way and manage to get out of the way as it slams into the ground. Does not hit you. Mia, it's your turn. Only D10.
Yeah, she just kind of cries out in pain and staggers for a second, and then D10. What do I get to do, if anything?
D6. Nothing.
2? Not so much. Nope.
No, you don't move or take actions this turn.
Do I get to try to save against it again?
You do, yes, at the end of your turn.
With my 0 wisdom save modifier.
You got this.
Fortunately, a 13 doesn't save.
Okay.
Ken, it is your turn.
Okay, well, I heard Aerith attempting to do convergence, so I'm gonna stay right where I am. But we're gonna use some more longsword charges.
Okay.
I'm going to juice 3 of them,
Okay.
and then start shooting with Padofnir.
All right. What element are you using?
Air.
Hmm?
Fire.
The one,
Fire.
the one she's
Fire.
weak to.
I thought you said air.
Holy.
I was like, but air isn't an element.
Air. Second one, maybe? Oh,
Unfortunately, both miss.
Okay, well, we know it's 21 now. Sign.
21
Right.
AC.
always
All right.
good to know.
You kind of lock yourself into position, lowering the rifle onto your shoulder with Aerith right behind you. Both shots hit into what looks like her body, but it ends up just being this mass of like mold and algae and just stuff that has been gunked onto her abdomen and is connecting her to this worm-like rear section. Anything else you want to do?
Defensive field.
All right. Activate your defensive field. Aerith, what you doing?
I'm gonna bonus action Blade Song,
Okay. Bonus action Blade Song.
and then I'm gonna stamp right here, grab Ken's hand, and use our convergence move.
Okay. I'm trying to find your notes on that one.
I think you changed what I had originally written down.
Where did I send it to you?
No.
Oh no. I have no idea. All right. So what are you guys trying to accomplish?
Hold on.
What do you want to do?
Hold on. I know I wrote down the...
Yeah, I
updated
don't
version.
have that in my recently accessed files in my brain.
I forgot where I wrote them. Where did they go? Oh. It was similar to the sage weapons. Like, some would be summoned and then they would release a blast in front. I think that's how it was originally described.
Oh boy. Oh man, guys, every time. Unfortunately, I don't have any of that available right now, and to find it and make those judgments right now would seriously slow everything down. It would.
He's the only person I can converge with.
I know, but he's also used his action for this turn, so you're trying to manifest something that to do an attack, right?
I mean, it would do the... Well, essentially, yeah. I thought it would just use my attack. Or my action.
I mean, right now in combat, like, combat isn't he gets 6 seconds, then you get 6 seconds. It's all happening convergently. So it's like, as you put your hand on his shoulder, he's lowering the gun, and as you're prepping for this spell, he's making his shot. So it's all happening like at the same time. That's. I'm still scrolling through all of our chats trying to find it. There's just been so many.
We had a lot to talk about.
I know. I know, but oh god.
We always got to throw a curveball, you know. Really throw a wrench into things.
Oh,
Right.
It's like this is like 6 months ago that I'm back to. Do you have anything you can send me? Like anything that can, because I can't find anything right now.
Here.
Or was this?
Where are you? There you are. I mean, I can do something else for my turn. I do have a...
Yeah.
an
Yeah,
idea.
let's.
Alright, for my turn... Oh no, that takes a bonus action. I will... I'm out of a lot of spells.
Yeah, it's been a day.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'll cast Psychic Lance on her.
Okay. That is an int save, right?
Yes. Yes.
With advantage, that's an 18. I don't think that would save.
No.
But because she does not want to be incapacitated, she'll go ahead and burn another legendary.
There you go, Nicholas.
Hell yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Because Replim's Psychic Lance is definitely enough to... Yeah, I don't want that. Fuck that shit. So it's half damage, so she'll take 11 Psychic. Okay. Alright, so as you lock in next to Ken, and narratively at least, the two of you kind of, like, fall into this very familiar routine. It's time to take down a huge threat. I hope to see you in a minute, and I hope we're both still alive when this is over. And as Ken fires the two blasts, you reach out, gathering the energy for your Psychic Lance, and cast the spell at her. You see it land past this immensely powerful intellect and slam into her mind. A flash of blackish green energy as she resists it at the last moment. And you still have your other action.
No, I used my bonus.
Yeah, but it's only one part of your extra attack action sequence to cast a spell.
That's right.
Because we're playing Tyranny of Dragons.
I forgot. Oh, my bad.
Right?
I guess I'll just shoot at her then.
Hey, that's kind of what it's there for. Is just make sure that you can keep on shooting.
Boop.
28 hits.
Jesus.
Yeah. All right, 13. All right, you psychically lance her, and as she is still reeling from the impact of that and resisting the psychic or the effects with her legendary resistance, you raise the Sicarius, and following up Ken's 2 shots, you adjust your aim just a little bit and manage to land dead center. End of your turn. She is going to use one of her legendary actions to she'll just do this a nice little anime corpse. Okay. So as you fire upon her, she reels back a little bit and reaches up and grabs one of her large gnarled teeth and throws it out to over here. And as it lands in the ground, it hits, and then for just like a moment, nothing happens before those same vines that you saw erupt out of the water erupt up out of the ground itself, and there is now a Marlboro over there.
Yeah.
Nicholas, it's now your turn.
I'm hoping she burns another legendary action on this, but I'm doing reveal action. Because I doubt she wants that on her.
Look into the future, reveal the intent.
Pretty much, it gives her
disadvantage on attacks. And everyone gets advantage on saving throws. Okay. Okay. All right.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting 12.
Yeah. It's fine. I need to make a wisdom check anyway. And then I need to make sure I get my nice little Marlboro friend. Look, Earth, get to see one.
All right. I'm back. Sorry about that.
I don't want him. You can put him back. I don't want him.
But I do. All right. No. So as you reach out, she actually doesn't use her legendary resistance on this one, mainly because there is no save. So there is no resistance.
No, there should be a save.
Oh, okay. What's the save then?
It would be my spell save DC. It should be int-based.
Int-based, okay.
I'm going to put that on the thing really quick.
22?
I think that meets it.
She got a 7, actually.
All right. Well, her intention right now is she wants to devour Ken and Mia, like, wholesale. Like, that is her main intent. As you get a glimpse of her desired future, she is chewing on both of them. She doesn't resist it. So everyone has advantage on any saving throws from spells from her, and she has disadvantage on attack rolls for the next minute.
Hell yeah.
But she didn't recognize the spell, and being 3rd level, she's going to opt that it's not as bad as things could be, and let it hit her.
All right. And then I run away.
Alrighty.
And then bonus action shove Mia slightly further away.
So she can do one of her. Where do you pull Mia?
I can only do 5 feet, so just drag her around 5 feet at a time.
All right. I have a question for myself.
The answer is yes.
No.
But what
if it hurts one of us, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay. So, end of your turn, she's going to use another legendary action to cast one of her at-will spells. I need Oni, Ken, and Aerith to all make me dexterity saving throws, please.
You have advantage, I guess.
Yes, you all have advantage on the save.
Oh.
Oh, hell
yeah. Okay.
You have advantage, Aerith.
Well, yeah, I rolled one and then
sorry,
and then failed.
Your other one was.
Where is her spell?
Well, you didn't fail. Maybe.
Potentially.
Maybe 18 is fine.
18's a good number. I like 18.
For some reason, I didn't have it on here. Unfortunately, 18 does not save. 32 does. So as the lightning bolt spell is manifest and crackles out between her and the wall of the hut itself kind of absorbing and dissipating the blast of the lightning bolt. Oni, do you have a... No, you're more fighter.
No,
so
not yet. Yeah, not yet.
You take 12 points of lightning damage. Ken and Aerith, you both take 24 points of lightning damage.
Fuck. Okay.
24?
24, yep.
Jesus.
It's not terrible for lightning
And-
bolt.
It is now Oni's turn.
All right. I like it. Knowing what I know about more, go ahead and circle on around.
I realized that I can see Oni's stuff, so I think I still have access to him.
Everyone does. I never took it away.
Steal his gold.
What gold? I think we have gold.
Hey, he's probably better than nobody.
Yeah. Everybody's better.
I'm trying to circle around that you guys can eventually get advantage.
Okay.
But that's all my movement, so I'm just gonna start swinging.
All right. Okay. Heck yeah. All right. Oh.
That's a miss. Alright, and that's since he's got that thing up for her having disadvantage, I'm not gonna use my bonus action to dodge this time, and I'm just gonna swing for the fences.
All right. There, 29, 30, 45 points of damage. Got it. All right. You swing around, and Ken, Aerith, you see as the shadow kind of pass you, and the two Onis line themselves up on trying to get on opposite sides of her to enable a advantageous position for everybody. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's my turn.
All right. End of your turn, because she had one last action. She is just going to... As she's been like doing this, her arms are flailing, casting the spells, and as you strike out at her, Oni, she flicks her wrist at you with this like rapid speed, and as her arm hits like that apex, a little bit of slimy ichor sprays out across you, and you are now hexed.
Okay.
Just and then it's going to be her turn, because she can't attack on her legendary actions. She get her gaze back.
Don't.
No.
Thank you.
Sad.
No thanks.
You do see as some of the wounds on her body are healing back up. And then I guess she'll just... Yeah. She's going to have disadvantage, but she's going to just try to wombo combo at Oni. With disadvantage, that's a 25, a 24, and a 27 on the claw attacks.
Only one hits.
Okay.
Okay.
I was
That's not
worried.
bad.
I was
And guess what? The 27 actually is gonna hit because the Echo's gonna be like, "Hey man, I got you," and it's gonna step directly in front and eat it for him.
Hell yeah. So as she strikes out, because you have Kensei, so because you were attacking with the weapons, made the attack with your monk weapons, you have that extra AC to boost you up. Yep.
That's good.
You deflect her out of the way, and as the one attack comes in, there's just this little like flicker where for a moment Oni goes monochromatic, and you see as the Echo version of him gets swooped up, and like it looks like it's about to be devoured, but as her hand hits her mouth, the Echo is just destroyed, fades away, and Oni reappears where he was. That is her full wombo attack,
Snack.
because her
Come
body
on,
was a
Mia.
17 to hit, so that didn't hit.
We need you in
Roll
the
me a
fight.
10.
I'm trying. If I roll well enough on the D10, I can help.
Mhm.
Maybe. 8?
It's close. I know that's close.
No.
No. Use its
It's
action.
okay. It's a melee attack. I'm good at that.
You have nothing within reach of you, so as
Wait. She hexed me. That's concentration, right? So confusion should drop.
oh, it is concentration, isn't it? It didn't have that tag on here. It's actually not the confusion spell though. It
I tried.
it's her ability. I really thought you had me, but it is not actually. She didn't cast confusion. She hit her with an unearthly gaze that causes confusion.
I mean, she should have advantage this time.
She does. She does. She has advantage on the saving throw. But as
Yeah.
as Mia's turn starts, you see her kind of like staggering around, and she lifts up her staff and wham, smacks it against the building to her left.
Yeah.
Oh, Mia, another
Got
wisdom
him.
save with advantage.
I got it.
I thought you had better than a +0. Oh no,
I got a nothing.
you got a nothing. Marlboro's turn.
I can try to give myself one extra try.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Tides of Chaos? Yeah, I would like to come back, so let me try one more time.
Okay.
Please?
Oh.
Nope.
You'd still have advantage. Or no?
I don't know if that gives me like a double advantage or not.
No, I mean technically it wouldn't have even done this extra roll, but it's all good. Because it only gives you advantage,
Yeah,
and
it
you
doesn't
can't
let
have
you
double
try again.
advantage. Yeah, it's not
Okay.
like a reroll, but it was a good try.
Eh.
The Marlboro slaps its tentacly viney legs and crawls forward across the ground, and as it gets close to Ken and Aerith, I need you both to make me a con save.
Yeah.
Sadly, you guys won't have advantage.
That's what con is what Ken's all about. He's fine, right?
In theory.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Ken?
Never mind.
No. Were you trying to add something to that, Ken?
No, he's like, yeah, Khan's all Ken's all of. And I'm like, I look at that 15, and I'm like, are you sure about that?
I feel it, man.
In theory.
Aerith, as the bad breath begins to waft towards you, just billow this massive plume of horrible stench, you instinctively raise like your cloak up over your mouth and try to breathe as little as possible. You take 20 points of poison damage, and you're not poisoned.
I mean, I can't be poisoned anyway. I was already poisoned today.
Thumbs up.
Don't thumbs up.
You take 41 points of poison damage, and you are poisoned.
Lovely.
Unfortunately, Ken, you then use your turn, hacking up from the poison. This is just such a brutal poison. You take 4 points of poison damage. And you have your movement, and then you can make me another saving throw.
I gotta stay right there because I don't want this thing going after me and fucking Nick.
Okay, con save 19. That does it. As you
Hell yeah.
cough it up, you get all of the poisonous ichor and smoke that got down into your lungs. All of it just out, and you look over at the Marlboro. You are no longer poisoned. Did you want to do any movement?
No, I'm gonna stay right here because I don't want it to target me and Nick.
It's fair. Aerith, it is your turn.
I'm guessing I can't use convergence again, or try to.
Unfortunately, no. He doesn't have. I still don't really know how it would work.
Unless
Aside
you
from
can
just giving
find
you
that
guys extra dice
information.
rolls, like honestly, it's not something I've worked.
I guess for my bonus action, I will cast Fizban's Platinum Shield.
Okay.
Centered on me and Ken.
Well, that's
It only affects you.
yeah,
It
it's
only
a
affects
single
me.
creature.
Yeah.
You
Like,
put
it only
on
affects
you
one
or
person.
Ken.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, not like you, but like one person you.
Hey, you.
Gain
then
resistance
you were
to
gonna
poison
take-
damage.
Okay.
I mean, I'll still cast it on myself.
Okay.
And
That's fair.
then
Totally fair.
I will then. I guess I'll throw a firebolt at the Marlboro.
Okay. 31 does hit.
Fire.
All right.
Nice.
Fire the fire bolt just past Ken into the Marlboro. It burns through the vines. It singes away, and it
I
kind
shoot
of gives
it.
this sucking roar. And as it's roaring, you shoot it. Bang! That hits. 11 force damage, knocking away more of the vines. All right. Anything else on your turn?
That's all I got.
Okay. End of your turn. The grandmother is going to. Oh boy. That one doesn't really matter for at will. Oni, can you make me another tech save, please, Oni?
At advantage.
At advantage, yeah.
Is this a spell?
It is a spell, yeah.
Never mind.
All right. As she once again gathers together a crackling ball of energy and fires out a lightning bolt at you, Oni, you twist out of the way, dodging a majority of it. You do take 11 points of lightning damage, but that's her legendary action. She wanted to hit the three of you, but Oni's like messing her shit up
Wailing.
on the other side of her.
Yes, you do.
Running interference, you know.
Oh yeah. Nicholas, your turn.
Alrighty.
Forgot her.
I
Too
don't-
late now.
It's okay. Don't do it.
I will force her to use another thing.
I'm going to use Psychic Lance because I know she doesn't like it, nor does she want to be stunned by it.
It's very, very fair. It sucks.
'Cause I know she doesn't like it.
All right. Are you giving her a roll, or is she rolling for it?
She can roll for it.
29.
I'm pretty sure I'm out of portents anyways.
He says.
Okay, you gather together the energy of your psychic lance, hurl it across the battlefield. It slams into the intellect, the steel fortress of a mind of this large creature. It still deals damage, but doesn't manage to interrupt the mental faculties.
And then push me 5 feet this way.
Okay. All
Slide.
right.
Slide to the left.
Which way was it? Here, here.
Towards him.
Here.
Towards him.
Towards me.
Okay.
Out of line of sight.
She
Of
can't
the hag.
do that one again. So it's just a once per day thing. So
I'd like to use a charge of the Ring of Legendary Action.
okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what she wants to do for her legendary action. So go for it.
So
What's
you
her
go
save?
first.
I'm gonna use 2 charges to cast a spell.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast
Fuck you.
Psychic Lance.
Okay. All right.
Continue to try to fuck her day up.
All right. That is a 28.
Damn it.
I know. I'm sorry. I've rolled really. She has advantage on magic saves, and I've rolled really well.
Half of us are magic casters.
I know. That's why
Right?
this was such an awesome enemy to throw at you guys. Wait
Hit her with
until
something not intelligence based. Hit her with like a
Right.
wisdom or a charisma save. Maybe that'll do it.
Yeah.
She
Dex
doesn't look
probably not very good
charismatic,
for her.
right?
Yes, tell
Look
that to
at
the
that tongue.
the two wizards.
as you cast your lance at her, I need Ken and Aerith to make me dex saves. Because she has. So for her legendary action, she can only cast her at will spells, which are just her cantrips. or lightning
Or
bolts,
lightning bolt.
detect thoughts. those are it. So it's just a bunch of like crackling lightning shooting off of her.
Well,
Am I
on the
not
plus
able
side,
to
you've got
counter spell
evasion
this?
right
Oh
now.
no, wait, that uses a reaction.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
you at
never
least
mind.
have evasion now, so you could
Yeah, so
potentially use
succeed.
all of that.
Just
And everyone
succeed and
has
just ignore
advantage.
it.
Because of the quick look or the
Gotta go
Nicholas's
back.
spell.
up.
Yeah.
Reveal action.
Reveal action.
I feel like I'm short 1
19.
point.
Unfortunately, doesn't save.
Damn
But you
it.
don't
I
take
use-
You
half.
do still have evasion, so you take
I
half.
still take
Yeah.
half.
Can I,
So both of you
can I
take
use
13
absorb
points of.
elements? Can I use absorb elements?
Yeah, absolutely. As you take the
Okay.
13 points of lightning damage, you can use your reaction to activate absorb elements. I think it reduces it by a certain amount,
It
right?
halves the
it
damage
halves
and
it
then
Halves
you
again.
the
can-
damage again.
Yeah, and
So
then you
you
can
take
do the damage on your
7.
hits.
No, not
Yeah.
7.
6.
I'm
Yep, 'cause you
smart.
round down.
I know math.
So Ken takes 6. It takes 13, and it is now Nicholas's turn.
Huh? Thought I just went.
Okay, then it was the end of your turn that she did that legendary action. It's now Oni's turn.
And I did my legendary action.
I mean, yeah, give me another turn, yeah.
Keep track of things, I promise. All right, Oni.
Here, the old 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, the 18 misses. All the others hit. This is 25. So she still wouldn't have broken concentration on any of them. Okay, cool. Okay.
And I guess, you know what, we're here. I'll action surge.
Okay.
More.
Now 1, you love to see it.
it.
Oh,
close.
so close. Another 30 points of damage. Not bad, not bad. Right? She's starting to show a little wear and tear.
She definitely
She's-
likes you now.
She definitely knows who she's going to be.
Are those all at advantage?
No?
Nah, I don't have anybody flanking with me.
Mm-mm.
Yours makes her
Oh, yeah,
a
yeah, yeah,
disadvantage,
never
but doesn't give
mind.
us
Yeah,
advantage
yeah.
on attacks, unfortunately.
I definitely appreciate that disadvantage. Though.
It helps.
All right. End of your turn because she has one last one. She is going to. Oh boy, does she want to do? Does she have anything that would be good like that? No, not really. Well, actually. Okay, alright, so that's still not doing that. That's just not. Okay, alright. We'll do this. Okay, so end of your turn. Legendary action. She's going to drop prone. So you see her as she like falls immediately down into this hole here in the center of her hovel, and as she does, the worm-like protrusion at her body kind of whips around. She falls into this shadow and she scurries away. She 40
All right,
feet.
so Booming Blade's gonna go off.
That does, yes. She scurries without provoking attacks of opportunity, though. But
She
Booming Blade
still
does go
takes
off.
a little bit of squish damage.
Kaboom.
Okay, nice.
There you go, and get back here.
15. You hear the boom of the booming blade as she scurries away. She is then going to, for her attack combo. God, come on. It's a 4+, man. I just. First thing, bonus action, she's going to try to hit Oni with one of her Crown of Stars. Is a 32 to hit Oni?
Is that with disadvantage?
Disadvantage?
Oh, with disadvantage, right.
We love disadvantage.
Right, we do. That is a 17 with disadvantage.
No,
It does not
that
hit.
does
All
not.
right.
Only just gives Nicholas a thumbs up, even though you can't see him from the hut.
Come on, use your
Alright.
legendary resistance to shake it off.
Right? And then for her spell, she is going to cast Blight on Oni. Can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Counterspell.
Counterspell. Roll
That's a
me
good one to
a
counterspell. Blight sucks.
roll me a charisma check because it is higher than 3rd level.
I don't have 3rd level spell slots, but I do have a 4th level.
Okay. Roll me a charisma check because she's casting it higher than 4th level.
Charisma or intelligence?
Whichever one you want.
Well, that should not be at
15.
advantage. I'm sorry. That was a low roll.
15 was the first one.
She's casting it at 6th level.
No.
Because I don't have a 6th level spell that's really effective for this, aside from Summon Fiend, and more on the table right now could be bad. So unfortunately, you release your counter spell, her magic pushes through it, and your counter spell dissipates off of it. Oni, I need you to make me a Wisdom saving throw.
I'm sorry, Oni, I tried.
Wisdom?
Yeah.
At advantage.
At advantage. Actually, no, sorry, con save. I had the wrong spell open. That
Yeah,
was con
I was
save.
wondering.
Yeah.
I mean,
Con save.
it's the same because I don't have proficiency in either. I just wasn't sure.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was looking between 2 different spells, and then she opted for Blight instead. Okay. As the Blight spell kind of streams through the gap around this dead tree and into Oni, you see as he kind of like staggers forward a little bit, and the color just seems to go out of him almost entirely, like he's going into his echo. You take 47 points of necrotic damage.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm not
Sure,
down. I'm not feeling great though. That hurt.
Mhm.
And then the last thing that she can do is her spit poison. And so as the spell lands on Oni, and she's going to HAAAGGG over at Nicholas with a well, it's a good thing she has disadvantage on all attack rolls, because that first one was a natural 20. 30 to hit?
Oh, what?
30 to hit?
Yep.
Make me a Constitution saving throw, please. You take 42 points of...
No, I'm using my staff. I'm just negating all of that.
Okay. What's the ability on your staff?
So it's the once per day I can reduce the damage to 0.
Okay.
It's my one saving grace that you gave
All
me.
right. So as the loogie of death is soaring through the... I didn't even roll really well on the damage on that. That was pretty bad. Is soaring through the air, coming straight for you. You raise your staff out of the way, and this arcane shield manifests, powerful. Splam! This massive ball of disgusting acidic spit lands kind of in a circle around you as the shield is completely destroyed by the impact. But that's her turn. Mia. Roll me a
Yeah,
D10.
what I did
Please. Please, we need you.
At least I've only had one unearthly gaze, because I'm not rolling anything worth a damn on my D6s. Oh no. I'm so sorry.
Shake it, Mia. Just shake it. You got it.
Right?
You believe.
Just do
Please.
it. Break out of it.
Please.
Oh my god.
No.
Kim, do you have any flash of genius? Any at all?
I think I got one.
It's up to you.
Yeah, let's get her out of that, because goddamn.
As you see Mia once again beginning to kind of like raise her staff against the building, you look over and just gently call her name out. And Mia, for you, from the beginning, you reached out to the world in order to cast a spell with your mind, and everything broke. It all went tits up like an Escher painting. Everything was crazy. The building that you were hitting was the hag that you thought that, hitting with your staff would be casting the spells. And as you are in this moment of like pure and utter confusion, you hear Ken's voice, calm, say your name, and you blink, and you bring yourself back to the moment. You have passed the save.
Yeah.
It was a DC 20. I felt so bad. I thought you
Have to roll an natural 20.
I know. But 21 does it. All right. End of Mia's turn. I feel like I have
didn't.
I have to be.
Don't do it.
I can't without hitting the Marlboro. So, Oni, give me a deck save. I hit the Marlboro, and she just want to hit the Marlboro.
Kill the Marlboro.
Once again, twisting out of the way. You do take 14 points of lightning damage as the sizzling beam still kind of affects you a little bit. But then... I need to roll to see if it gets its bad breath back.
No.
Oh, that one you get back, but I don't really... Yeah. He's just going to use his tentacle and bite. Going to close in here. Whap. Whap. All right. 28, Ken?
Yeah.
All right. Does a 24 hit?
No.
Okay. So as the Marlboro closes the gap, it raises one tentacle and slams it down on you. You raise your guard and manage to defend against it, but as the impact of it hits, you feel it kind of like almost crushing your body, and something within one of your legs pops and it hurts. You take 18 bludgeoning, reduced to 15, and then as you kind of like push the vine off and stagger back, another vine comes down, you dodge out of the way, the teeth come slamming down at you, and you manage to like duck and roll off to the side and get yourself back on your feet and kind of shake your leg, and it seems to be okay. It was just that moment, but it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Oh boy. I need something to distract this Marlboro. So what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna do this.
All right.
Summon.
I'm gonna pop him like right here-ish, maybe.
Pets not realize the construct. Right. Oh, that is not the right stat block. That is tied to. Hold on.
Oh, was that the actual Ken Scalon stat block or just Ascalon stat block?
It was the Ascalon stat block that this thing is currently tied
Summon
to.
Ascalon.
We'll take it. We
Yeah,
won't
right.
complain.
Where's the platinum? Construct Spirit is the name of it. Got it. Oh my god. Okay. Go.
More things on the battlefield.
Right?
P.
Let's get the air elemental in this.
I just need to set it up for you. Give me one more second. It's like I thought we had this, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I got something on my logs called Pen's Platinum Construct.
Yeah, and it's just for whatever reason the token wasn't tying to that. Let me see if I can find it this time. And then and you're casting it at 5th level, right?
Yep, it's base level.
Yep. Okay. All right.
No, it's 4th.
4th level. 4th level. I think that should do it. Melee weapon attack plus 10. Heat body. Okay. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. All right, so it takes its turn immediately after you. Okay, so at the start of your turn, you summon forth your construct, kind of throwing out the small device that becomes your medium-sized Ascalon. What else you got?
I really want to focus on this hack, but this Marlboro is pissing me off. Alright, question. I haven't attacked yet, so the damage I absorb from absorbed elements, would that still be in effect as well?
Yep, you still have it crackling
Yeah.
around you.
Alright, so we're just gonna give this one a good punch. At normal, because that's not an advantage.
I do need you to make me a con save. No, never mind. You've already passed it. You're immune. Never mind. Okay.
It can't affect me now.
Those nose hairs have already been burned out. All right, 24 hits.
Trying to see what was the damage for absorb elements.
It's a D6
Yeah.
on top of your.
Okay.
Of the triggering type.
So technically, let's see, 3d6 fire, and then another bunch on.
So lightning.
Yeah.
4, yep. All right. You strike out, releasing the electrical energy as well as the flaming power that is burning around your armor, fueled by the runes of justice. The Marlboro's definitely looking messed up, but it is still there. What's the construct got for me? Or
He's
bonus
gonna
action?
try to rip this thing apart.
All right.
Get this thing gone. Oh wait. Oop. I don't have this. All right. Where is this? Okay, slime attack.
21 hits. And she made 2
Yay.
attacks.
Nope, wrong page. Here we go.
Hey.
Hold on, let me fix its damage here for a second. Okay, so it should be 1d8 plus 4, and then this actually it should be 1d10 fire. Okay, all right. Go ahead and roll me damage on those. Alright. Got it. So 8, 17 on the first hit. Alright. Eight, 43. Jeez. That was a nasty crit. Alright. As the construct strikes out with 2 heavy slam attacks, the second one right into the central mass at the back of the Marlboro. It cries out in this warbling deep moan of pain. Anything else you want to do?
Still kind of guarding me and Nick. So actually, I'm gonna get right here so I can release the.
Yep.
So I'm trying to get some advantage on this, bro, so we can get this thing gone. So we can. You'll be fine.
As you swing around to the other side of the Marlboro, following up your construct's attacks, end of your turn, she's going to use another legendary action to scurry away a little bit more. You see her continuing that upward movement along the ground. Aerith, it's your turn.
Bonus action, I'm going to use 2 charges of my File of Arcane Doctrine to activate Elemental Weapon.
Okay.
For fire.
Oof.
And then I'm going to step forward. And I'm going to strike out twice. First with Green Flame Blade.
Okay. That hits. Roll me damage. All right. As you activate the charm within the Sicarius, and the blade begins to be wreathed within flames, you dart forward, your feet barely touching the ground, and slash across what would be like the throat of the Marlborough, right beneath where its mouth is, as its neck is exposed and its back warbling in pain. And as the blade carves through the flames, dance off and across it, and that thing is entirely incinerated. It is dead.
Cool.
Yeah, 22 hit points.
What is the distance for this spell? 60. Oh yeah, I've got the distance. Question is, am I willing?
Maybe.
Well, actually, I can't cast a spell this turn anyway. I'm gonna shoot at her.
Okay.
Pew.
It does hit. Alright. 26 points of damage. Got it. Alright, as she scurries away, kind of getting almost behind this building, her arm up on one side of it, the long snake-like tail just kind of getting lost in the brush down here somewhere. You fire the Sicarius across.
Over there.
Alright. End of your turn. Let's see, so she's scurried.
Why
She's
is she
scurried
running?
again?
Cause she's scared. She a little bitch.
Nah, I don't
With a
trust that.
tongue.
No, I'm sure it's fine.
Okay, yeah, she has one left. Can Arathanoni please make me a deck save?
Sure.
Do we still
With
have the
advantage.
advantage? Okay.
You do. It's,
Yeah.
it's still.
I knew as decided to line himself up with me. It was once again my turn.
Sorry. I failed, didn't I?
You did.
Okay.
She doing a spell or a breath?
It's a spell. She's casting lightning bolt.
Counter spell.
Counterspell. You might be too far away to counterspell.
Probably. Let's 60. I think
Is
I'm.
it 60? I
Is it
if you
60?
want to use the spell, I will. You're right there at the edge. I will allow it. It's up to you.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, I will use counter spell.
good, because I rolled really, really high damage on that. It was like 4 8s.
Jesus, Cade.
As she rears back and like this big ball of warbling blue light in her hand, you release your counter spell.
Cut
Your
it
counter
out.
spell to it. It soars across, dissipates the energy. She looks over at you. It's now your turn, Nicholas.
Ooh, I gotta get out of here. First, I want it burned. Get at it. I'm going to do another psychic lance.
Okay.
I want it gone.
Get out of here.
26.
Oh my god.
She has a plus 10 to her int saves.
How did she fail the first time?
Because I
Rolling
rolled
real bad.
5. But that's still half damage. So you're chipping away.
I'll force her to dance next time.
Okay.
And move away and pull Mia towards me. Playing ring around the rosy, around this kind of building.
Stop hiding behind the building! Alright, Oni, it's your turn.
Legendary
Almost got
action
hit once.
for
Okay.
Aerith.
Oh, what you got, Aerith?
I'm using 2 more charges, and I'm going to cast Magnifying Gravity as a 5th level spell
Okay.
on her.
All
'Cause
right.
That's the only spell I can cast it at. Well, no, that's a lie. But I still want it gone as well. So.
That's fair. Let's see. Magnify gravity.
Boop. Oh, ignore the 11. But that was
Ignoring
good
it.
rolls though.
That's not bad.
Freeze for a moment. Okay. All right. con save.
Is my high level cast working? Did it work? What?
Yeah,
Is that accurate?
I don't think so.
It didn't
Rolling
look
a
right, but I wasn't sure.
a D8 times 4.
Yeah,
Right.
just roll me just 4d8.
Ooh. Good thing I
Yeah,
questioned
because it rolled the 1d8 and then multiplied that
Times it
number
by
by 4.
Which is a little bit less
better.
than 18.
Alright, so it's
Oh, I closed my
34.
character sheet. I need to fix that on my character
Uh,
sheet.
It was a 29 on her con save.
Oh, fuck you.
So speed doesn't have. She takes half damage. Okay, got it. All right, Oni, now it's your turn.
Alright, well. Action.
I
I'm
think I know
drinking
what I
greater
did wrong.
healing potion.
An action to drink the potion?
Yeah. Yes, actually using the action for it because I kind of love it. I would like to not get knocked out before we beat her up.
That's
Can
fair.
I test if I fixed it or not?
Yeah,
I
go
just
for it.
want to test it.
That looks much
Haha.
better.
Better.
Okay, I know what I did wrong for it.
What does the graders give back? I can never remember.
20 total.
Ooh, okay. Alright. Feeling a lot better.
Yeah. Anything on your bonus?
Let's see. Is this an action or a bonus? It is an action. Yeah, probably just going to step of the wind so I can dash as a bonus.
Okay.
I can literally get right up here.
So I was like, I think you can get right on her, which is what she's been trying to get away from. Okay. Alright, that's fair. You can use a bonus, one creature or object. Okay, doesn't need to be able to see. That's what I had been misreading. Okay, so bonus action, she's going to make a disadvantage attack against Nicholas.
She can see me?
This doesn't actually need her to be able to see you.
Oh no.
I haven't been paying attention to that aspect of things.
Eldritch
but
Blast. I mean, what?
Advantage, or no? Disadvantage attack
Disadvantage.
against Nicholas. 16
So
to
this-
hit?
No.
Haha.
Damn, I can't even hit Nicholas!
Not bad.
we don't need. I don't know if he can take some of these hits. Actually, the boy, he doesn't.
She can't spit her poison at you because she has to see you for that. So she'll, as she uses her bonus action to once again throw one of the crown of stars at Nicholas, this green meteorite that's been warbling around her head crosses across the arena and slams into the hut, but does not hit Nick. She growls in pain or in frustration, and then she's just gonna unleash on Oni because you're right there. All at disadvantage. Oh, that last one. Okay. 25. Does a 25 hit?
Yep, because I didn't attack, so 25 will actually hit this turn.
All right. So unfortunately, then the 30 also hits.
I mean, the 30's going to hit regardless.
Yeah. Can you make me 2 Constitution saving throws, please?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. Okay. As the claws swipe down at you, 2 wide strikes that you see coming a mile away. You telegraphed, you easily dodge out of the way, and as you're dodging the second one, you look for where that first hand was, only to realize that it's already got you. Claws go into your body. You take 12 points of slashing damage, and you feel as your entire body begins to be racked by some sort of... It feels like having a fever. You're essentially poisoned, but without taking the damage. Just have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. And as she has you with the claws, she pulls you up to her mouth and is going to use her bite attack to bite you on the second one. But you manage to save on this one, which is the bigger damage. You do take... Don't take it out of the way. You take 10 points of piercing damage from the teeth.
Well, let's see how much I actually take. So, whatever the total is, go ahead and take 16
Okay,
off of that.
take 16 off of that. You take
Was it
37
16?
points of damage.
Oh
Holy
no.
Jesus.
Hell, yeah. You guys don't even realize that reaction fucking was.
Oh god! I was so worried when I saw that, because as the teeth bite down, you feel as this poisonous ichor begins to, like, seep into your veins, and it burns. It burns so bad. And then she drops you down onto the ground, because it doesn't restrain you. But you are affected by fell fever, but you are not taking poison damage, and you are conscious. Surprisingly. Mia, it's your turn.
I don't like this.
Thank God for all David. That's all I can say.
So they're like, oh no, oh, okay. He wanted to. Okay, oh poor. Oh, okay, here we
We could wait one turn.
Listen, we've
boost your next spell.
gotta have somebody melee. And so far, it's only been me, so I'll take it. As long as she's not jumping everyone else, I'll take it.
That is very fair. All right, Mia.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
I can boost your next spell, Mia.
Okay. I mean,
Is
that
you
would
finally
help,
conscious?
but like now,
No,
because that would be nice.
It has to be set up ahead of time.
it has to be set up.
You could
Hold it.
hold it, and then once it's there, cast it. But if anything happens between now and then, that's the question. Because holding a spell is like concentrating on it. If you have concentration on any other spell, you'll drop it.
Right.
We've seen this happen in Baldur's Gate 3, Hawk and I.
Yeah, I'll hold it until Nick can, because that would be nice if it's stronger.
Okay.
Can do a big hit.
All right. Whew. Was she hit with? No. Okay. All right. I don't have enough map. I'm going to. Well, I can't really. I'll just say that it's forced it in. She's kind of trapped. She's gonna do another legendary action to scurry because she does not want to be in melee with you guys. Like, it's just not where she want to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, unfortunately, she's really big.
Right?
Hmm?
That doesn't provoke when she does that, right?
No, it's because it's on a legendary action.
At least we're not in a line now.
I was gonna say, Mia, I hope you're still in range.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
All right, Ken, it is your turn.
Got plenty of range.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blitz her.
Okay.
60. Will I be up to tour?
Yeah, it's 45 to here.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Boom and Blade, Thunder Gauntlets. I'm just fucking.
Because it's. What's your movement speed? Because you're not hasted right now, right? Oh no, you did. Sorry, I just saw that. I'm like, but you did. Got it. Yeah. So you cast haste on yourself. That gets your speed going. Got it. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Boom Blade, Thunder Gauntlets, all that good stuff.
Well, Booming Blade you can't do because you hasted, and that's your action cast spell. But you can Thunder Gauntlets for sure.
Yeah.
Both those hit. Just move her. I had to move her down to get to.
Oh wait, 3d6 fire.
Mm-hmm.
Dem ones.
No.
Nah, it's more like it.
Okay. 28. Okay. And then another 29. Got it. All right.
We're gonna piss a field because I'm still ouchy.
That's fair. End of your turn because you closed the gap again. She just wants you all to go away. Can you and Aerith make me dexterity saving throws,
You
please?
bitch.
At least you still got evasion, I think,
Yeah.
unless you.
Yeah,
lost it.
you still got your disc on.
I
so-
do,
Oh.
I do.
So you take
You
no
haven't-
damage.
Have you taken any of the?
Nick's still up.
Yeah. Have
Oh
you?
wait, I mean, I have advantage regardless. So
Yeah, it's still up until next turn.
yeah.
Yeah. You definitely have advantage on the saves. Do you still have Fizzband shield? Have you taken damage, Aerith, or did you take all the damage before you put up the shield?
Fuck. I think.
Roll me 2 con saves at advantage, and they're going to both be 12s.
Yeah, I'm gonna get
You
my
still have it.
construct to try to move closer as well.
Okay. He should have a movement.
Is it still up? Is that not concentration?
It is concentration.
Fizzbands?
Or wait, no.
No, I'm talking about the construct.
For Ken now
Oh.
too, because his
Because
construct
he's got
haste.
haste. Yeah.
Oh
It is
yeah,
concentration, so the construct would
okay,
disappear.
yeah, well,
Okay.
yeah, construct goes bye then. Never mind. That's fine.
Reassembles or back into its storage form and
Just a little
returns to you.
metal briefcase floating to Kim.
Okay, cool. That was a good catch. Thank you, guys. All right, so lightning. Ken, unfortunately, a 21 just barely misses the save. So you take 26 points of lightning damage as you close the gap. Deliver your 2 strikes. She gathers together this lightning bolt spell and casts it almost directly through you. The armor
Ooh, wait a
and
minute.
the lightning and
My turn came back around, so I can use absorb elements again.
you absolutely can.
Yep.
So you
All
take
right.
half.
So you take half, so 13 instead of 26.
Yeah,
Aerith,
yeah.
Should be able to make that con save fine.
as you
It
see
sucks
the
up
lightning
here.
bolt, you twist instinctively out of the way, and as the edge of the crackling lightning passes by you, you see as the platinum shield that has been kind of like drifting around you resonates with it and protects you from all damage. It's now your turn, Aerith.
I'm going to bonus action cast Misty Stab
Okay.
and step behind her, flanking with Ken. But we don't have enough map for that.
Yeah, Misty step 60 feet?
30 feet.
30
Am I
feet,
not
that's
able
what I
to do that
thought.
with 30
You
feet?
can't. 30 feet's right next to Ken.
I boom up next
If you
to Ken
if
and
you
Misty
run
Stab.
if you yeah, I was gonna say if you run up there, you can do it then probably.
Okay.
You at least
You-
get up there.
You run up towards her, and as you kind of leap in like an attack, you guys see as Aerith disappears and reappears like a Z vanish from Dragon Ball right behind her, flanking with advantage. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and make your attacks.
I was like, scroll up, scroll up. Oh wait, I can't.
No.
I'm going to Booming Blade.
Okay.
For my first. And I have advantage because I'm flanking.
That does hit.
So
Alright.
close, so close.
Gotta just move her really quick.
And then extra attack.
All right.
God damn it.
Hell yeah.
I mean, I'm glad I hit a crit. But the fact that it was not on Booming Blade was very...
Hey, hey.
Fangs of Bahamut. I don't have the card and I didn't add it to my thing.
That one I actually have a card for, so let me see. Because this one is in my homebrew magic items non-artifact. Actually, no, this would be in... No, it would be in this
Did I
one.
pin it? I think I pinned it in the chat. I did.
It is an extra 4d6 radiant.
And am I only able to use one charge per?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
that's
just
fine,
a once
that's
per
fine.
turn when you do it. You can cause that to out.
Then I will add a charge of Truth of Bahamut.
Okay. Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Love it.
60,
Love it. Love it.
66. Got it. Okay. She's looking really messed up. She's definitely looking a bit panicked at the moment. Anything else you want to do?
I use my bonus action. That's it.
Okay. Legendary lightning bolt. Can you give me a deck save, Aerith?
You got it.
I don't have any counter spells either. Damn it.
You're good. Just,
You got it.
just-
You got advantage.
You got advantage. Yeah, just pass it. You got evasion still. You're good.
So
Okay.
you'll.
So this is only half damage now. Yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
half damage. You take 13 points of lightning damage as you disappear and reappear behind her and unleash these two heavy strikes with your rapier. She roars in pain, raises her hand, and with her palm almost directly in front of your face, just lightning bolts out across the swamp behind you, which there isn't a lot of room behind you. You only got about 5 feet until you're at the edge of the trees and brush. Nicholas, return.
All right, I gotta get a little bit closer, and then gotta copy paste my 8th level spell,
Okay.
Magic Amplification.
Sigil.
10-foot diameter. Okay. All right. So as you hear Nick come up behind you, Mia, you look down at the ground and you can see these runes begin to manifest in the light, just made of light on the ground, like a massive arcane circle. It only really has enough room for one caster to be standing in it and using it, but you feel as magic around you is boosted. It has become more easily accessible. What spell were you casting?
Unfortunately, I was casting Chain Lightning, which doesn't really get a benefit from being a higher cast.
No,
I thought your thing would like
no,
make
it just
more
makes me
dice or anything. But...
stronger.
Increases
I mean,
the
the
saves.
saving throw. Saving
Yeah.
throw.
Yeah, there's that, but
Our boy
Alright.
brought ley lines into D&D. I like it.
That's
Pretty
exactly
much.
what it is. Just Black Mage Ley Lines.
either way, she'll
Could have
look at Nick
communicated
and
that
nod.
better.
Hey, it's a learning experience. This is the
Hey.
first time you guys have used it together. It'll be good.
And she'll
Go
just hold
ahead.
up a hand and we just wanted to talk to you. And I'll cast that. I'm also going to transmute it into fire and empower.
Oh, okay. That definitely yeah. I wasn't
At least let me
expecting all of
reroll
that.
a couple die.
Yeah.
So
Get her.
technically like 8th level, which doesn't give me more tech. But why won't you cast?
Sometimes it's about sending a message, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then I'm going to change. Let's see, there's 2 2s and 2 3s. Let's change those 4.
Roll me another one.
So 5d8.
Just the spell again, as though it jumped.
Oh. Okay.
It's gonna hit me, isn't it?
So hopefully not.
I mean, she's so big, it probably jump between her different limbs.
With advantage, I rolled a 19 and a 21.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
As you see these runes manifest in the ground beneath you, you look out over the distance. You've been holding this spell, waiting for Nicholas. You see them manifest. You look over and you can see Aerith just past the grandmother as the flash of blue lightning goes off and crackles around him, and you see his face illuminated just for that moment. And as her back is turned, you release the spell, drawing on the power of the enchantment placed at your feet, and you feel as magic draws up through the ground, through you like a conduit into the staff, magnifies, amplifies, grows, and as you release it, you twist it just a little bit so that instead of it being a lightning aspected spell, it turns into this streaking, flaming firebolt that courses across the entirety of this hag's lair. And as it slams into her, she reels back, or actually kind of forward because she was leaned towards Aerith. And she turns around as the bolt of flame streaks through her up into the air and then boom, right down on top of her. The second one unable to be dodged, she roars in pain as 86 damage will do it.
Yeah.
The grandmother of the Veil, engulfed in a chain lightning of fire and chaos, roaring from the heavens, she cries out as her body is incinerated, turns into ash and smoke, and flickers away, and at the very end of the scream, turns into a maniacal, laughing, cackling sound. And then I think Mia explodes, right?
No, well, do I... Because usually it's low, but 20 is fun. But
okay.
I don't know. I can.
It is usually lower, right? Okay. As you feel magic around you beginning to resonate like a stone dropped in the pond, these ripples through the weave that disturb and upset the very balance of magic around you. You can feel as the chaos is beginning to take hold, and anything could happen. And in that moment, looking at your friends and seeing Oni barely conscious and feeling the pain in your own body, you hold tight and use your willpower and your connection to this world to calm the magic and restore the balance. And as you do, I'm going to go ahead and change the music. And you guys are now out of initiative.
Whew. Between that potion and the reaction, I survived with a 1 HP, you guys.
Hell yeah. The last one's the only one that matters.
Exactly.
That was with the save, because that poison was 80 damage before the save.
I didn't think about it. I still had Indomitable. I could have tried to save on, like, resave on the first one to maybe save it, but the fact that I survived is good enough for me.
Right.
That was good. But yeah, as the grandmother of the Veil, in a last cackling sound that echoes throughout the trees and continues to laugh for about 15 or 20 seconds after her entire body turns to ash and dissipates into the ether around you. Guys, catch your breath.
Whoever's got the most HP, go pick a flower so we can get out of here, please.
Yeah, I think that would be me.
I think it's Nicholas.
For one time she hit me, I negated it.
I know. Oh.
Well, I'm glad because she was hitting
I'm
hard.
pretty sure that would have left you with like 1 HP.
Let's see. Where that was the spit, right? Here, I'm gonna go ahead and put that public. This is the spit poison.
Oh.
Holy
Oh,
Jesus.
It hits for 12d12.
It's fine.
Our boy might have died in the past.
Here, this is what hit Mia at the beginning, and I could not get it back.
good.
Which is good, because that
Very
was
good.
mean and hurt very much. At least I was resistant to force.
Yeah.
I did realize after the fact that one of the things that I have is supposed to give me proficiency in intelligence and wisdom saves, but it has not been active. I think it changed when I leveled up.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, so I should have at least had a +5 on my wisdom throws.
Makes more sense. Well, now we know.
So
I don't know.
No one died, so it's not that big a deal.
It's fine.
All right, well let's pick a bouquet of these fuckers and
Oh yeah, but now we can just grab as many as we want.
yeah, we can
I was
give
about to
one.
say,
We can give one to the guy, like we agreed, and we can keep a handful in case they're important and we can use them.
We eat
Where
them,
is
get all
my-
our spell slots back.
I had a map or an image.
I guess if you want to come with Nicholas and I do want to go over there, and since we are the higher amount of HP, I suppose.
I can go as well now. I feel a little bit better.
Okay. And I'm just gonna like passively and actively like keep an eye out for any like magical stuff that might happen while we go over there to the flowers.
Okay, roll me a perception check. I had a really cool picture that I was using to like draw the narrative for this place, but I can't find it now.
On he's hobbling over with an arm around his Echo's shoulders, like, oh, that hurt. She bit me.
You and him that have the same amount of HP now.
I'm gonna cast a level 2 Cure Wounds on him.
Okay. Mia, as you guys make your way kind of pressing past the buildings here, everything has gone eerily quiet. There's this kind of the laughter that echoed through the trees and reels across into just almost absolute silence. The sounds of your allies casting spells and bandaging themselves up, and their footfalls, really the only things you can hear. There isn't even really a breeze in the wind. It's almost like everything around here is just stagnated. You guys walk for about 100 feet or so down this relatively well-traveled path before you emerge into the same pool that Nicholas had seen through his arcane eye. This like two-tiered pond that's about 40 or 50 feet wide at its widest edge, and about 20 feet between like where the water cascades down and the other side. And in the middle, on that raised portion of the pond, is a massive willow tree with these little golden globules of light that are just kind of twinkling ever so gently in the swamp light. And as soon as you step into this kind of this pool, you can feel it's like a release of pressure almost. It feels like stepping out of a stuffy room. The air is moving a little bit, almost imperceptibly, but enough that it doesn't feel heavy and weighed down here. There's a kind of fresh herbal scent to the air, and drifting in the water are the celestial lotuses, kind of just twirling around in the center of this massive pond, which is reflecting the golden lights of the tree above. There are currently about 20 of them or so, just drifting.
How many do we want to grab?
A couple, but we should probably leave some here too. I don't know exactly what they do, but I feel like it would be bad to take all of them.
I agree.
So I kind of want to grab 2 extra for Rose and Tasmikella for some reason.
We want to grab 10.
Yeah, grab plenty. However many there are,
Yeah.
get enough that, there's some left in case they are important to the environment, but also we might need them for the future, so.
Yeah. So for
Plus,
us,
I guess
four-
don't want the hag to have them.
yeah. Got our 5s. Got one for got our quest item. And then 2 more for Rose and Tasmikella.
So 8.
Yeah.
I mean, I want one just to.
Yeah,
study
one
and
for
fuck
each of
around with.
us. And then one for Archie, one for Rose, one for Taz.
Let's give one to Mistra as well as a thank you gift for not being pissed at me.
What did she have to say
Maybe
when you
grab
asked
also
her about
one
the
more
flower?
to potentially give to Aerith's mom as an apology, since we kind of lost her in a
That as well would be good.
Okay, 10 is fine. Mia will turn to Nick as well. Just what did she say about when we
I
asked her about the flower?
gotta scroll up now, and I had too far, so now I gotta pull up the other chat tab.
The combat chat. Right, well, you guys get that. I need a drink so bad, so let's take 5 and get a drink.
So what I said is, I'm very sorry, I'm in a pickle. Need flower trying to save world. Please help with Hag or give Celestial Lotus. We need talk later. And then Mistra respond with, this is very dangerous, Nicholas. I'm sorry, I'm unable to help. This is far more complicated than I can tell you. Keep Mia safe. She is important.
Alright. Very helpful.
So, yes, I was.
That's
That's why I was
not just
grumbling.
Nicholas's mommy, but also Mia's mommy.
Apparently.
Yes. That's why I was grumbling so much after the response. Like, yeah, give no information. That's fine. Keep me in the dark.
Make sure gives her toughest battles to her strongest warriors, you know?
The strongest warriors, this just the tiniest, oldest gnome you can find.
He's got a book in one hand and a pipe in the other.
Pretty much. Mistress strongest warrior.
Yeah.
What's the other version? It's like goofiest warrior.
Silly
It's like
little
this
guy.
kind of- this
Our idiot
to my
versus
silliest
your
little
idiot.
warrior. The goofiest little guy. Gets the goofiest little challenges.
Hey, we managed to do that without anybody getting knocked out, though. That's something.
That is true.
Right?
And it sucks too, because all my prepared spells were like intelligent base saves.
I have no more
Just-
spells.
Hey, that one spell, that read motivation or whatever the fuck, that
Oh, yeah.
put in some serious work.
It's
All the
good.
advantage on those saving throws, the disadvantage on her attacks, like it bought us some time, especially since you summoned that mob or we had to deal with.
That's why I was so worried about like staying behind cover, because I'm like, they need this. I can't break concentration.
Oh my god, I couldn't
Definitely
hit you.
helping.
It was,
I
and then every time I
afford to
tried
be
to use
hit.
the crown, I had people in melee, so I was throwing with disadvantage.
Yeah.
Just It's unfortunate, but well fought. I just wanted to break the concentration on that one spell, but
That's not allowed. She should have
Not
used
allowed.
her. Should have used her resistance.
honestly, she should
Still
have.
had one.
She did, because she was making the other saves. Every other one you guys were trying to burn away. But that's the gamble, you know.
Well, I'm glad she didn't recognize the spell then.
Speaking of, Aerith, could you please roll me a Constitution
Oh
saving
shit,
throw?
you're right.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I forgot.
We win and then Aerith dies.
No, he'll just be tired. It's fine.
What was the rule on
Oh,
it?
speaking of tired,
It should be, I think, a DC 14.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I'm really glad Haste never got dropped because that might have been a death sentence against her. I'm realizing now.
I don't have
Yeah.
advantage on it, do I?
Wouldn't have
Straight
been
roll.
good. You're fine.
I'm not
You're
fine.
fine.
Now
I
need the
lost by
actual rule.
5. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think that's a critical. on it.
Shouldn't have done that.
I didn't pin
Here's
it.
my
in
price of
third.
power. Yeah, I know. The drawbacks of power. Here we go. You have 2 levels of exhaustion.
You're fine.
Hey.
hey, you can still move.
Right?
Well,
Yep,
I'm
yep,
just
yep.
gonna get on my broom, so it's gonna move for me.
As the battle comes to a close, you see as Aerith, who is striding along behind you on the walk to the pond where the Celestial Lotus float, he, like, stagger steps and everything slows down to about half his movement speed.
Alright, I think we were gonna take 10 flowers for a couple other various people as well. And then before we leave, I wanted to go around to her little huts and see if there's anybody left to save, I guess.
Okay.
No, that's true. We should probably do that.
All right. Okay. All right. So you gather up the 10 lotuses, and as you kind of pluck them gently out of the water, where you're just storing them in the bags of holding.
At least I'm going to store mine in my bag.
Gingerly.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, store 'em in the bags.
Lower it through the event horizon of the bag of holding as they disappear in. You gather up the 10 and kind of like keep almost like an instinctual reverent quiet in here. You the little discussions you have are hushed voices, and there's the rest of the swamp. You haven't felt this. The rest of the swamp has just been sort of, it's a swamp. It may be an evil presence or something that you've been able to detect, but here it's much more peaceful. And you gather together your bounty of the day's battle for heading back towards the hag's hovel. Everybody who's taking a look around here, go ahead and roll me investigation checks.
I'm good at those.
Oh,
Believe me.
I'm not. Not anymore. I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah,
it's still
same
not
here.
bad.
You still rolled better
We
than
gotta
anybody
sneak
else.
around a little bit, you know.
You gotta find it. Investigation.
Hey.
At least
It can do
somebody's
it.
looking.
You don't
Yeah, right.
find any survivors. Unfortunately, there are no other
No.
living creatures here, which
Yeah.
Nick had pretty much gathered during his arcane eyes journey through here. The buildings themselves are mostly empty, honestly. Like the map that I'm using has them a little bit more populated than I needed. The one in here just had a small crackling fire with like a bubbling stew pot on it that has some questionable chunks in it. So it's up to you whether or not that would be of interest. There doesn't seem to be a lot in the sense of like making a home for herself because she was a little too big. What Nicholas finds, though, with a natural 20, you find two things. You find a old wooden box that has been tucked away and disregarded for, you'd estimate, centuries. It's covered in dust. And you kind of like, as you're looking around for people, you look in this building up here and over in like these boxes, and you find it just tucked and lodged in the back behind there. And within it are a handful of the celestial lotuses, but they've been dried and preserved. There's 5 of them in there, like just the flower petals themselves that have been pressed, dried, and preserved. And then there is a journal.
Oh,
Boy, her diary.
let's grab those. Can I quick read the journal?
You flip open the journal. Yeah. Looking through it, this seems to be a personal diary of a hag, but not the one that you just fought. This was a normal coven. They were the keepers of the swamp, and she had 2 sisters, who the 3 of them worked together to preserve the sanctity of the swamp and to protect the bounty within from any who would dare take it from those who were worthy. You kind of keep flipping around, and there's a lot of discussion about turmoil within the coven. One of the hags kind of not living peacefully with the other 2, kind of trying to push her will on the others, and it kind of became like a 2 versus 1 almost situation. Continue to flip through a little bit further, and things get a little bit more concerned. They're worried about her mental health, her well-being, how much time she spends in the grotto, how much of the tea she's been drinking. There's a lot of concerns in there. And then as you flip forward, you flip to the end, and the last entry, it's not scrawled like in haste, but it's it's an entry of concern. There's a new look in her sister's eye, a hunger that was not there before. And she's worried that their coven may be breaking.
Seems like it turned out fine.
Well, she was like fighting with herself, so I wonder if she absorbed them.
She probably did. And they're still speaking through her. Or to her.
In the journal, does it anywhere say what the leaves do exactly?
Roll me an
Like,
investigation check.
I know you said something about tea, so like maybe they're using it for tea, but why?
Exactly.
No way.
Why? Why the tea?
You continue to
wait,
flip
sorry.
through, and there are several references to the tea. There's even one reference that she has secured herself her own private stash in the event that she has to leave, and she's tucking it away here with this journal. But there's no real talk about what it does, just that it seems to be addictive. Like there's almost like a need within like how she's describing it in her journal.
Okay, so don't fuck around with the flower too much.
Only just enough.
The rest of you find a lot of discarded and disused like clothing. No real like remains. You find some skeletal bones and some corpses that have just been like left to rot here within the swamp waters themselves. Just trying to think of what else might be here that could be interesting. And nothing I think you guys would find interesting. It's just a bunch of like, this is where she lived and fed, really.
Hand grenaded.
Yeah.
Paraphernalia.
Exactly. And as you take the hour or so to just sort of like bandage yourselves up, take your deep breaths, check this place out, eventually you start to hear distant bird song returning to the swamp after a short time.
Alright, so I guess we're getting out of here.
Yes, we are leaving.
Yes.
We're
Let's
blowing
go
this
check
popsicle
on
You-
the little gnomes first.
Okay.
Oh,
I
boy.
was gonna ask, did you want me to like teleport us just back to the tavern? Or do you want to check on them first and then we can teleport back?
I personally want to check on them first. Make sure
Okay.
they're going all right.
Alright, let's go then.
All right.
Let me do
What was that? What was the name of that lotus? So I can add it to my
Celestial Lotus.
celestial.
Yep, thank you. I gotta.
Healing up a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know if anybody else is going to, but it seemed important.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, but I break up the pace. And whenever he said you take an hour, I was like, does that mean we take a short rest?
Right? That's what
Yeah.
I assumed.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I figured you guys were gonna catch your breath before trekking back
Short
across the
rest.
Feywild.
so like if we wanted to teleport, sure, then why not? Whatever. But if we're gonna walk around a little bit, I'm gonna heal up at least.
It was also a few hours that you guys were in the swamp between the gnome and here, so you would have to trek back to like the lily pads, get back on the canoe, and then row back to the entrance. It'll take a few hours. You can,
So-
absolutely.
Nicholas, do you still have a high enough spell slot to teleport?
Oh, check. I do.
What can I get?
Okay,
with
you could
arcane
teleport us back to
recovery?
Todd, and then I could teleport us back to the tavern.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I use
Save
two
us a
more of
couple
my
hours.
D8s. Because
I can't go over
if we still.
fifth. Can I?
I have a bunch of level 1 spells and then my level 7 spell left.
And then you level 7, that's it. Hey, that's all we need. I mean, that's pretty much how I'm at, too.
And a level 6, which I was going to force her to dance with next.
Oh,
my
always
God.
fun.
It just always works.
Right?
It's so great. It's so
Just
What
like
kind of dance would she have done the worm?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Gotten down break dance a little, spun.
I'm out of the danger area.
Wait, that's better.
So, you guys are going to leapfrog teleport?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Did
in
Mia
case.
bring the mushrooms with her?
I did.
Did you actually, after everyone told you to get rid of them?
Yep. Ken said get rid of them, but then he got distracted doing something else and didn't like make her do it, so I did not get rid of them.
Well, Nick, you would know that you would probably need something to use as a focus to that point to help you get there.
What do you know? The mushrooms came in handy.
Ken's like, I thought I told you to get rid of those. I'm like, oops.
It works out.
Okay.
Everything
So
is good.
As you patch up your wounds, you finish looking around, Nicholas comes out with the small box, the journal, and the dried flower petals within it. You discuss your options, find that you have the magical capabilities to teleport your way back, and take out the small bit of mushroom that he had handed you, using it as a focus as it came from that location. You cast the spell, and without needing to roll, party disappears and reapparates back at the entrance to the Veil Water.
I
Get
can't
rid of your
remember if
boat.
we have anything to teleport to the tavern, but I can do my best.
I
As
mean,
you
this
all
already cuts the journey short either way.
Yeah.
manifest here, kind of just off to the side around the small storehouse where the mushrooms have been kept for drying and preservations. You look around, you don't see either of the brothers outside. You left Todd with them too, right?
Yep, Todd was here.
Yeah.
He was to watch over them and then tell me if any bad stuff happens.
Did any bad stuff happen?
I didn't get a
Is he-
message.
Right? And he's probably not dead, so maybe not. Me will knock on the door, just hello.
Okay. You creep over and kind of knock down on the 3-foot tall or so door. A moment passes and you hear, "Just a minute!" Opens the door.
Okay.
Avis is there. Looks up at you. "Oh, I remember you. You're the one who gave me
Hi.
the bottle."
I did.
Oh.
Is your brother feeling any better?
"Oh, no, unfortunately, he's still sleeping. He tired
Yeah.
himself out and fell asleep an hour or so ago."
Sleeping is better than screaming, so.
"I agree. How are you? You look like, you've had a day."
Yeah. We took care of what I think was your problem here. I hoped that would have changed things a little bit more for you and your brother.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but not much has changed here. Not since you left, at least.
Right.
Hopefully he feels better in the morning after a good night's rest.
I often do. And I'm hoping the same. You kind of see as the small toad frog, or Todd hops out from behind. Like, he's back in the back part of the room, looks over and looks at Nicholas and gives you just like a little froggy nod. Solemn.
All right, well, it's time to go, Todd.
Very well, Nicholas. I feel so sorry for these poor souls.
As am I, but we've done what we can. Now it's just up to time.
Yes. I believe you are right. Very well. And he turns around and just like nods at Avis. I made their names so similar, I always have to think about it before as to which one you guys. But he kind of just nods at him, and Avis looks down. And, goodbye, little frog friend. If you ever find yourselves here in the area, please stop on by. It'd be good to see you all again.
Yeah, we'll definitely come back before we leave. I have your mushrooms, and we can always come back.
Wonderful. I hope you enjoy them. Very delicious.
I don't think I'm allowed to eat them, but I will pretend that they are delicious.
Gives you just like the old man smile that makes his eyes completely just disappear behind all the wrinkles and folds of his face. Just nods. I hope you enjoy them either way.
Yep, I will. Are you sure there's nothing else we can do for them before we go?
No, I'm not a cleric, sadly.
Heal emotional damage.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a cleric and paladin job.
Cure emotional wounds.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a spell that pretty much does that.
Calm
You mean
emotions,
calm
I think.
emotions?
Yeah, calm
Yeah.
emotions, where
That
it makes
one
them like
at least
relax and think things
temporarily
through.
suppresses. I don't think it heals anything necessarily, but
I mean, it's the only thing I can think of that would work.
Just cast cheer up.
feel better.
Time
Make 'em
is
dance.
everything.
Well, I
Right.
guess time to teleport back and see if we end up in the wrong spot.
I'm sure gonna try. Not to make us in the wrong spot, but to make us in the right spot.
Let's hope.
Okay.
Okay, let's
As
go.
you gather back together and get ready to teleport, go ahead and roll me your D100.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go. Oh my god, every time.
That's not bad.
No, it's even on just a description alone, that puts you on target.
Hey.
So as
Hell.
you
Let's go.
kind of feel the subtle remorse of not being able to help them more, you gather everyone together and cast your teleportation spell, and as it takes effect, you all feel as the world kind of around you, and then you get plopped back into it, and you find yourselves right back in center of the Morningwood Tavern. As you appear
Here again.
as you appear here in the tavern, just a little offset from where the table was. The table still has not been repaired and put back yet, but it is that area is just now empty. You reapparate. The music that had been playing and the conversation suddenly comes to a screeching stop. Everyone kind of looks at you. You hear a voice from the distance go,
Oh
"Don't
no.
worry, everybody. They're with me. Over here."
Us again.
We're
Hi.
back.
Just sheepishly waves to the to the bartenders, we didn't break anything this time.
Gives you just like a nod while he cleans the glass. Keep it that way.
Okay. No promises, but
Gets more. Taverny music.
Did he ever say what he's going to use the flower for?
He did not.
Nope.
Did you expect him to say?
We can ask now.
As you approach the table, he opens his arms wide. My friends, you return quicker than I had expected. How'd your journey go?
Quick question. The original deal was we go get the celestial flower, correct?
So when you talked to him, the arrangement he made was that he was willing, he may be able to assist you, but he had to first test your abilities and make sure that you were worthy of his time. That the way that you had arrived gave him the inclination that you could be potentially useful to him, but he needed to be sure. And so he sent you on this errand to gather together a flower from the middle of the Vale water.
But he never said we had to give it to him. We just had to go get it.
To return it to him intact was the deal, was what he said.
Yeah. Return it to him or give it to him?
I didn't write it down. The intent was to give it to
Quick,
him.
pull it up on my videos.
Yes, we must look. We must find
We
out
have
the exact
physical
wording.
evidence.
I believe he said, travel to the Vale waters and bring me a celestial lotus intact, and he will see what he can do to assist you guys in finding your wayward friend.
Brought it to him. And give it to him.
He doesn't have to help us further if we don't help him.
I'm just trying to see what the wording is, see what we can get away with.
That is 100% fair. I should have written it down. Actually, did I? 'Cause-
Did I?
Did I? Ah.
This is important information.
Wait, no, that's not the right. Those are the notes from Hawk's one shot.
We'll sit over here and smile at the suit of armor again.
The suit of armor does not seem to acknowledge you one way or the other. He just continues to stare out to the distance. I don't have it. That's unfortunate. But
That's fine. I'll just assume he
Yeah.
said to give it to him.
well, we'll say the assumption is that he said to bring him the flower, with the intention being that it was supposed to be given to him, but that could be a nuance that could be argued. I'm not going to go ahead and cut you off at the
Okay.
knees. But as
But
you all
that doesn't mean you have
approach,
to help us if we don't.
his arms go wide. How did it go? You still in your journey? Is this a mere stop along the way, or have you completed the task already?
No, we're done.
It would have been
It
nice
went-
for you to mention there was a hag involved.
It went bad.
I see that you met the grandmother. How is she doing?
She is currently
Mean.
not with the physical body. For
Yeah,
the
we
time
killed
being.
her, though.
You managed to defeat her. Impressive. That'll
She
make
would
things
not
little
give us
easier
a
for me for
flower.
a while. No, she would not just give them to you. No.
Well, no, not to just give, but we tried to talk to her about like making a deal or like helping out, but everything that she wanted from us didn't really seem to be-
Fair.
Yeah.
She tried to say we'd give them you, but she really wasn't into that.
Oh no, she doesn't want me. What would she do with me?
You
I
could
would
be
just
friends.
be a thorn in her side.
Thorn, you say?
Looks across the rest of you. So where is it then? The lotus.
Yes, we had brought it.
Have you?
Yes.
Had you not seen it?
Well, I believe the deal was that we bring it to you, and that you will help us.
said I'd see what I could do. I have so little to go off of. A single changeling in the Feywild.
And you'll only know more if we give it to you.
Kind of just like glances over to Mia. I'm not saying that at all, darling. I'm just saying that what you've requested is difficult, complicated, and without more information, I'm not entirely sure. I will do everything I can, but things are what they are, right?
We have to jog his memory. I read a book about this once.
I was gonna say, if we give you one of them, would you mind telling us what your intentions are with the flower?
The petals make for an extremely lovely tea. Just kind of like that moment where his eyes close and he's got his fingers kind of pinched in the air in front of him. Exquisite. As close to the divine as we get here, and I have missed it so. She keeps a heavy hand on the supply, as it were, and
Any other effects on the tea?
kind of like sits back. It offers a slight euphoric state. It's good for calming nerves, and well, he kind of leans in. Your people on your world, they worship the gods, correct? Pay homage to the divine, the great power above. A lot of times that comes with a sense of peace, euphoria, reverence. The celestial lotus provides such feelings of belonging and existence to my people, as close as we get.
Do they not have gods in the Feywild?
Are you asking him?
No, I'm saying out of character.
Roll me an
Do
Arcana
you-
check.
Gods.
Or religion check, actually.
I mean, I would still go with religion.
You were pretty sure the gods were everywhere. Pretty sure. I mean, you talked to Mistra, so...
I guess I'll ask him that. Like, do you not have gods here?
They interfere from time to time, but only through people such as yourselves. This is a place of life. Here, the living hold sway. We hold power. We are worshipped. We
So you're the gods.
are the gods. He kind of just opens his hand slowly, like, yes.
Reminds me
But-
of Elden Ring. Together we will devour the very gods.
Only's just making like a little asterisk on a page about Feywild's faith, along with the Archfey. Like, okay, alright, understandable.
All right. Well, are you aware that tea is addictive? Apparently.
It can. To lesser minds and weaker creatures, it can be addictive. It's that feeling of euphoria in a world of uncertainty. It's hard to let it go. But if you are concerned for me, I am touched, but I would much rather just have a cup of tea.
Very well. I'm fine with giving him one if you guys are.
All right. I mean, that was the deal, as it were.
Right?
Quote unquote.
All right. I guess Ken will pop his bag open, gently pull out the lotus, or one of the lotuses, and present it.
Wonderful, wonderful, amazing. Intact stem, leaves, petals. Yes, good, good, good. This is perfect. Well done. Fed, and he kind of holds his hand up. if you wouldn't mind, you know how I like to have it prepared. He flicks his wrist in the air, and you see as a tiny little mage hand manifests, takes the blossom from his hand, and drifts across the tavern over to the tavern keeper, who plucks it out of the air, just nods, and kind of heads back over to the workstation, and you start hearing like chopping and cutting. Incredible. And so very fresh. You must have teleported directly here. I could not ask for more. Well, helping. I wasn't lying. It is very difficult to find a single changeling here within the Feywild going off of nothing more than the description of a changeling.
Yeah, so we came across some information while we were out. So honestly, don't worry about it too much at the moment. It might take a little bit of time for the one we're looking for pops up. So
Very well. Then
How are the politics actually in the Feywild? I'm quite curious.
politics are politics.
Heard rumors of the Fey court. I'm just curious, is all.
Of course. Well, that does kind of tie with what I had in mind to ask for your help with. Roll me a perception check, Ken. Politics are complicated, and for the Fae, it is even more so. We are always at each other's throats, but such things are just part of life, you know? Recently, though, past 5 years or so, one of the Archfey has been growing more and more kind of like scrunches his face up, weighs the options in his mind of the words unstable. She was never quite stable, but it's becoming more and more hostile. Archfey, like myself, like the grandmother, we don't necessarily die so easily. As long as there are those out there that believe in us and hold us in their hearts. Okay. Then we will eventually return. Maybe as ourselves, maybe as a different version of ourselves, but always the same Archie. And she's always the same grandmother. And just in the same way, Titania has become quite a problem. She's become, as I said, unstable, seeking power and control over other Archfey's dominions, and I'm not quite a fan of it. But there's not much I can really do, aside from try to put her in her place. It's far more complicated than all of that, but I don't know what getting into the nitty-gritty details of it all would serve. Why?
Does any of it involve changelings?
No more than normal Fey wild politics would. They are a small but potent subspecies of shapeshifter. Kind of like looks around. You do know where you are, right?
In the
This is-
Feywild.
Yes. Brokenstone Vale, this area, is one of the domains of the Winter Court, which is the court that holds most of the shapeshifters, werewolves, werebears, wereboars, weretigers, were whatever the hell you can think of. They mostly live within the domains of the Winter Court as an easier way of getting along. They're not as... It's a lot harder for those that live in deception to get along with the Eladrin and other Fae like them who wish for a little bit more straightforwardness. Here, within the Winter Court, the changelings have held positions of power and positions of nothingness, but unfortunately, without the trust of such individual, even recognizing a changeling, unless you are one, is nigh impossible. Yeah. While he's having this conversation, Ken, you kind of glance around. You can't get a particularly good look at it. There is a little bit of arcane magic being used over there, but not anything stronger than first level. And most of it just seems like he's removing like the flower petals from the stem and the leaves and setting everything kind of aside into different piles, and then chopping up the leaves into like a nice fine kind of pile. But you can't really see beyond that.
Okay.
So, changeling in the Feywild. Do you know their name? Perhaps I could go off of that. They tend to keep an identity, some sort of way of maintaining themselves through the different faces.
Out of character. Has Rose even been born yet?
You don't know.
That's it.
She never told us her age, did she?
Rose never
A
really knew.
rough estimation.
Yeah, because Rose's memories start when they're a toddler on the streets in Baldur's Gate.
Gotcha.
Or if it is not aid in finding this ally of yours, this friend, then how may I assist you? How can we help each other? Because I, seeing what you're capable of, have a task that I would like some help with, but quid pro quo.
Yeah, so like I said, right now, well, first things first, we need rest and recovery time. So we're gonna get that out of the way, first of all, and then once we're back to 100%, I'll get back with you on what we're looking for. Like I said, I don't think the person we're looking for is here or is going to be available to look for at this point in time. So,
Different place, different time.
yeah. Yeah. So
Kind of just nods.
It's very complicated, unfortunately.
Very well. Well, take your time, heal up, rest up. Your rooms will be ready for you upstairs, so you can reutilize those. Come see me in the morning. My task is somewhat time sensitive, but we do have a few days if you need some time to collect yourselves and figure out where you're going next.
Right.
That is a great question. What the fuck are we? Because we can't really get to Rose, and even if we did, not gonna recognize us. We're at a completely different time. I'd be saying this, by the way, when we're in our rooms, separate.
Okay.
We gotta figure out a way to sort out the whole time, like, not, right? So I think even if we're not gonna find Rose immediately, we should be looking into what might be causing that, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know where to start, though. I mean, what was the wish?
That's part of the problem.
What exactly was the wish?
This one I did write down because I knew that this was going to be important. No, not that one. Cannot find any of my damn notes.
Man, fight a hag just to get some tea.
He didn't want to do it.
Some good
Yeah.
tea.
But also, he's an archfey, and he's in the Winter Court, which makes me think that he's also a changeling.
Or trickster.
Here we go. I wish for my friends and I safe passage into the Feywild to save my friends and family. That was the wish.
Friends and family.
Oh, no. Okay. The problem with that wish is it could be like, alright, go back in time and save him.
So then there's something that we have to do here.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So it could also mean you have to change the future, which is why we're in the past, which is concerning.
Which
Or-
probably
We
has
have
something
to-
to do
circling
with
back-
those.
Circling back to our talk about stable loops, we were always meant to come back here to be able to do something to ensure their safety.
Well,
They were
that's
not
true.
actually
That could
changing
be
the
a thing as
future.
well.
Time
Changing the
travel.
past.
Yeah, this is why you don't mess with the
Future.
And I could talk to Mr. but I feel like after the last message, it's best to.
Mom, we got it fixed. Can we talk now?
We got the flowers.
You want some tea?
I could ask her, like, all right, what is going on with Mia? What is the thing you're not telling me?
I'm sure she'll just come out and tell you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You know?
That is true. I'm trying to think what spell I could use other than 25 words.
It was fun. It was fun putting Mistra into the constraint of her also needing to. 'Cause just in my mind, I was like, she could use as many words as she wanted, but does she want to use more than 25? Or is
mean,
it
she
set
could
that way
just-
for a reason?
She could just spam message me, honestly.
Yeah. She could.
Lazy bum.
I would like to
Never gonna say
point
that.
to the very first 4 words that she said to you, which is, "This is very dangerous."
Yeah, which is why I don't want to message her.
The only other
And
thing
she
I
could
can think
be
of is
talking about with
dream.
there being 2 Nicholases is dangerous, or it could be that messaging her in general is dangerous. There's so many nuances behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The only other
I'll just
thing I can think of is my go-to is you could try to dream her, but I don't know if you can dream a god.
uh,
But it is a
Right.
wizard spell, so
you're a wizard, Harry.
Send it. What's the worst that can happen?
I have the spell.
Do you know
Yeah,
Mistra?
No.
intimately like Nicholas.
Do you know Mistra?
Ta-ta-ta-ta.
I love how everyone got like above 90% hit points except for Oni, who hit that 50%. It was good.
It was good.
I was like, yo.
Good
See,
enough.
It's 50%.
I've got a built-in heal. As long as we're fighting, I can actually start healing myself. I just didn't want to waste it in that because it uses key to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I just hit my
Creature known to
halfway
you.
point for hit dice, and I was like, that's fine.
She also kind of
Oh.
chewed on me, so I didn't exactly have time to do it. But you know, that's neither here nor there.
She grabbed you and just went.
She literally
just-
chewed me up and spit me out.
Yeah, a little bit,
You're still alive to tell the tale.
Hell yeah, dude.
right?
Creatures that don't sleep, such as elves, can't be contacted by this spell.
You don't know. Do
Unless she allows it, she's like, fuck
Sleep.
it up, whatever.
Message
100% of the
Mistress.
shots.
Do you sleep?
Yeah, alright.
Do,
I will.
it's that like, do gods fear us? It's like, do gods sleep?
So before I go to bed, I'll cast Dream and try and talk to Mistra.
All right. As you guys unwind for the evening. You're brought dinner up in your rooms by Fed.
Also, what is the goal though? We actually probably should come up with what direction do we want to head, other than do whatever this guy tells us to do.
So the issue is like, how much do we want to tell him? Because if we don't tell him anything, then he can't
All
help
right.
us in any way, really. But if
Let's
we do tell
go
him, like,
more broad. What is our overarching goal in the Feywild? 20 years in the
Overarching
past.
goal.
fixing whatever we're meant to fix.
Okay, what do we need to fix?
The Gordian knot that is the Feywild in the future.
Okay. Time shenanigans. So I guess ask him about any leads with time shenanigans.
Or any of the courts getting up to no good with temporal nonsense. You know?
Yeah, that could be probably Titania.
Answered our own question, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said she was unstable.
What if we go kick her ass? Do you think we could sort this out by...
Wouldn't that fuck up the timeline?
Well, we don't kill her. We just,
Severely?
like, set her straight. It's
Well,
a steer her
here's the
straight
thing.
sort of deal. You know?
Okay, hear me out.
We'll be back 20 years from now, and if this is not fixed, so help me God.
Hear me out. Rose got onto the material plane because of the stuff Titania did, correct? So if we fuck up Titania, Rose never becomes the person she is. We never meet her, and we do a huge ripple effect.
Well, okay, first of all, we don't even
Counterpoint.
know how Rose got to the material plane.
That is
Also, though,
fair.
we don't know that, like, she's gonna do that now. We might be the reason. Us fucking with her could be the reason that she goes and does that. You know,
and
that's the
that's-
problem right now. We don't.
That's fair.
We gotta figure something. We gotta find a clue to point us in the direction we need to go.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying, kind of, just. I guess the general warning is try not to mess with time too much. Don't make any overt actions that will screw up time.
I mean, what if we already have by killing...
Well, the hag will be back. It's a hag.
He said that we can't really kill them in any way that matters necessarily.
Without any extra big spells.
They're kind of like
But
devils.
she
You
gonna
know, they
pay
just
us.
go back and then they can come back later on, hanging out, you know, having a good time, doing hag stuff and wherever they go.
Haggy things.
Haggy thing.
But see, like that's the biggest. You're the oldest one here, Nick. I feel like we should be asking you to rack your brain for details on how shit played out. Because 20 years is like a drop in the bucket for you.
I have been in seclusion for like centuries now. I'm like the last person to ask. Also, time kind of like, it's like, what era was that in? Was that in the first era, the second era? Was that when Jim was still alive? That's why I have my giant book.
So, at this point, do we need to give him more information then? To possibly get more information?
I mean, probably. It feels like we have to at least mention. Only kind of squints and looks around. Anybody listening? Your friend Rose and Thorn, right? At the very least, we got to be able to get eyes on them.
We don't even know if Rose goes by the name Rose.
That's true, but it's literally all we have to go on, bro. We're going in circles at this point, doubting ourselves. We got to just commit. So,
Well,
what are we
Thorn was
thinking?
nobility,
What is
right?
our best bet here?
I don't know.
Thorn was nobility, correct?
Yes.
Well, there's a clue. Maybe we need to look for changelings in the nobility. And very young changelings in the nobility. Sounds like we're child snatchers.
We need to find
Do
a
you
couple
know
kids.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Nick just wants. Have you seen any children around?
Any young noble children who high ransoms would be paid for their safe
We just need
return.
to talk to them.
Do we know anything about like which section he was involved in? Because changeless, he might have been hiding that it. Is he? Did we get any info on where his his background was?
Thorns?
Yeah.
Did you?
Just that he was a noble, or a noble blood.
Let me see. Ken and Aerith, you both had plenty of time talking with Rose and time spent with Thorn. I don't think the other characters here really interacted with either.
I don't
Both
think
of you guys
Aerith
roll me
interacted with Thorn at all. It was with
Thorn-
Hibisia.
Okay, so Ken.
Oh yeah, the cop.
Roll me an
you
intelligence check,
dead.
Ken.
Sorry,
And you
Ken.
have your keen mind, which will help. Your DC is a little different. But roll me an int check.
Oh my god.
You got a ring of Puzzler's wit on you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
actually.
Hey, you can use it. Okay,
That's
Better.
right, come on. Hey, yeah.
Thorn. When you first found Thorn, Thorn was in prison in the Astral Sea. And in his time that he was with you guys, he told you a little bit about his dad, who was an archfey within the Feywild named Bastille. You guys didn't dig too deep into where he came from, and then when you found Rose and went back to the material, Thorn fucked off because he had things to do. But the last thing that you guys had happen with Thorn was he called you out to a tavern in Waterdeep. And he had sent a message to you guys, and you guys teleported out there and met with him, where he told Rose that he found out that his father was still alive, and that he was hiding somewhere within the Feywild, and was desperately trying to get back into the Feywild so that he could help his dad. You guys used banishment to send Thorn back to the Feywild so that he could grab a piece of something to use as a focus for plane ships that you could one day help him. And he grabbed a chunk of metal ore, which he then needed to have refined before you guys could use it as a key. You were then very busy, so you went and dealt with other things. But that was the last that you had seen of Thorn until Nicholas saw him in the future in the vision, carrying a very nice blade at his hip.
That I froze in time.
That you froze in time, yes.
Okay, so that gives us a piece of information. We
So,
can ask about Bastille.
Bastille?
Yeah. That could be our starting point.
Watch this guy be Bastille.
Hey, that'd be even better. We are cutting the middleman out, you know?
Alright, so look out for time shenanigans. Figure out who Bastille is. And then figure out what the guy wants and what it has to do with Titania. While trying not to fuck up time. Anymore.
or fuck it up in a way that we need to keep.
Fuck
Yeah.
time and
The
just
ones
the
who
way
fuck
that time wants to get fucked.
Time is a weird soup.
It is. All right.
I'm kind of curious about this tea. And I kind of want to make the tea.
I'd rather study the flowers than not get addicted to celestial
Yeah,
juice.
me too.
Well, we each have our own, so
Yeah,
luckily
let's do
you guys can study yours, and can if you want to make use of
Oh my
tea,
god.
you have the ability.
Can I ritually cast Identify on my flower?
Okay.
Hopefully I can get more information on it.
Let's see.
This is a flower.
This is a celestial blue flower.
I'm really
grows in
hoping
the
that's
swamp.
not the only thing it tells me.
Has magical properties.
It does like trap detector. It's like, is there traps here? Yep. All right, where
Yep.
they at? Who knows? They're here though.
It's like a Pokédex. Like, this is Pikachu.
You cast your identify spell on the flower, and it does come back reading that it is magically imbued, kind of grown with magic in and of itself. It doesn't give you your spell doesn't divulge exactly how it works, but the way that it comes across is a mix of divine and arcane energy within the lotus blossom itself, like a cohabitation of both types of magic. Aerith, having seen, Aureus, Arturia, other divine casters utilizing their magic, has seen it reacts different. It summons differently, it coalesces differently, it feels different. And as you cast your identify on the flower, it is both arcane and divine at the same time.
So, like Mystra casting a spell then.
Kinda. I guess identify would also say that it can be consumed, but that the flower needs to be prepared in order for the effects to be really like imbibable.
What exactly are the effects, or it doesn't say?
It doesn't say.
It won't say.
Why is
First level
everyone
spell.
so vague with the flower? I want to know what it does.
So it has
Well,
to
I
be
mean-
prepared in a certain way for
You can
it.
go downstairs and give him the flower and be like, "Hey, I want it prepared."
Well, hold on. We have the Hag's journal. What if there's details in that?
I mean, I can keep reading through and see if there's extra details, but when I tried the first time, it's like the tea.
Was the
Tea
journal
good.
written in common?
Actually, that is a good.
That's I just. To be fair, I could technically.
You
read
probably
it.
could have, yeah. She spoke common. Yeah, it was in common.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure because
Yeah.
none of us have Sylvan.
That was a good catch. No, it was just the chord. When you were like, I speak in Elvish, I'm like, oh, they're gonna hate elves. This is gonna go great. Did you want to try flipping through the book? Looking through it again through the journal?
Might as well. I'll give it to Aerith to look through.
I have eyes
long
of
as you
the
give it back,
Runekeeper,
give it back
so-
when you're done.
Yeah. I have eyes of
Roll
the
me
Runekeeper in case languages go haywired.
Sounds good. Roll me an investigation check as you can sit down with it and start flipping through. And
selected
the pages are
disadvantage.
old, like really old,
Are
and
you
they haven't.
fucking kidding me? Can I still roll Ring of Posters right?
It just gives you advantage, which would just neutralize the disadvantage.
Damn it.
Still a natural one. You start to flip
Aerith
through.
is retiring. Bye, guys.
You start to flip through, and the first page you open to is talking about bringing in more delicious guests to join them so that they can grow their larder and survive longer. And it's talking about how she's working with her other sisters to like lure in the travelers that try to cross through the Veil waters to devour them. And it all just seems a little too recent to Aerith, and as you start reading through this, the sounds of the crunching and the lack of screams from Marianne just sets your stomach on its edge, and you have to close the book.
Are you,
Here,
Aerith,
have it
are
back.
you sure you're not still cursed?
I'm gonna
you
go to
always
sleep. I'm
get
gonna go to
targeted.
sleep.
You always get like nat ones at the weirdest times.
I know. It's not Aerith that's cursed. It's the player that plays Aerith.
Sorry.
Reading.
Oh, I need to restart my Discord. Hold on. Whoa.
Hey.
Hey, that's what
Just
Ken,
right.
Or Aerith.
you.
I don't even know if he's here anymore.
I thought he pinged out and
He
came
did
back
it, might
in.
have broken it.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no. Alright, I will wait, so I know he's just curious.
It's, try now.
I can hear
Can you
you.
hear us?
Hello.
Okay, you guys sound a lot more clear because before you were all sounding so robot-y and I was just like, this is not
Yeah.
good.
Oh, no.
Discord's been pretty
But hey, Ken
staggery
got
for me
the nat
too.
20.
Yes, I see that.
Right?
So he picks up the journal and kind of like opens it to a random page. In the middle, it is discussing exactly what you're looking for. Not particularly like a, hey, future reader, here's what it does, but it's very much a like, the flowers are growing in potency. They're becoming more powerful, and I'm becoming more powerful with them. Each time I imbibe it, I can see the world. It essentially, the way that the flowers work, they are a conduit between the divine and arcane. They're a way for creatures who are not divine in nature to utilize divine power for whatever reasons they have. It 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 doesn't make them more powerful, but it's like opening up a different. It's like alternating
More
current versus
options.
direct current. It's a different type of energy that it gives them access into. It also does create a very potent, euphoric, calming sense, and a sense of belonging and peace, and a sense of like connection to the greater multiverse itself. It will also give you 30 feet of true sight for an hour after you drink it, so you can see into the ethereal plane.
Just don't look at Mia, otherwise you'll go blind.
In addition, there are other properties that exist within the leaves and stem itself, as well as the stamen, like the part of the flower up at the top where all the pollen is.
Mm.
Different
The
different
boy
parts
part.
of the
Sorry.
flower can serve as different methods to access that divine energy, and when used in conjunction with other spellcraft, can transmute the spell into a different element, create celestial energies from arcane energies. It mostly works as a conduit between the two.
So it pretty much like make a wizard be able to cast cleric spells.
It could enable that, yes.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So, what would the effect be if the drinker is partially, quotations, partially divine in nature
It's
already?
interesting you ask that, because the journal you read is written from that of a hag who was not defined in any way.
So who
you don't
knows?
know. You have no idea.
Either does nothing or very bad, probably. Or
So
good.
either we test that theory or we just wait and see, and we have to be forced to test that theory during a fight.
Immediately turns into Ascalon.
Not again.
Maybe without drawbacks.
Sure.
Or more drawbacks.
Yeah.
That too.
I'm sure that's how it would go.
Oh yes.
I'm sure he could find himself a nice mountain to fly around in the Feywild. He could be quite happy here.
Hey, it'll be a new archfey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Nah.
that's what Ken wants.
That's not my speed.
Definitely fuck up the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to. Should I test it?
Maybe not in
yeah,
past
not-
also, and
Not
things
now,
could get
not
fucked
here.
All right.
Is it possible to grow the flower?
outside of its natural habitat?
Yes. Teleport some to the other Nicholas
Oh
so he
man.
can grow it.
So he starts a garden.
With a natural 20, knowing that you were looking for information in the book, it is theorized. Well, they talk about potentially trying to grow it in other places, but from what they gathered, it was only growing in that one grove within the swamp itself, beneath the starlight tree.
Okay.
Hmm.
Dead god underneath it.
Probably.
Okay. All right.
I think
I'll leave
it's
it-
time for
I'll leave it
bed.
alone.
Time to cast Dream and get yelled at by Mistra.
If she dreams.
Is
if
there
she allows it.
anything else anyone wants to do before you guys turn in for your long rest tonight?
I got nothing else.
Just to remember to make sure we ask about what's his name.
We already forgot his name.
Thorn's
It's
father.
gonna start with like a
Bass-
B or something.
Bass?
Is it Bastille? Bastille?
Bastille?
Bastille.
That's some
Bastion.
Fey magic right there, man. He doesn't want you to know his name so hard.
Make the players forget.
Bastards. What? Huh.
Bastille.
Bastille.
I think it's.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep spelling it more wrong each time.
Bastille.
Bastille.
Steel.
Bastille or Bastille?
I think it was Bastille.
Just we gotta remember to ask about that next day, but nothing like tonight that I need.
Alrighty then.
Quote unquote night, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
The
During
end of your
nap
adventuring
time.
day.
Yeah.
Rest period.
Alright. As you set down for your evening's rest, gathering together into your individual rooms, you guys go through your evening rituals and find yourselves comfortably and safely secured here within the morning wood, because everyone loves morning wood. Nicholas, as you cast your spell, unsure if it'll even connect, you feel as the embrace of a magically augmented dream takes hold and you succumb into it. A moment passes where you find yourself in just kind of absent darkness before you emerge like a train into a train station, like the light around you just until you are standing on top of a stone dais. Around you, these massive gear works kind of cranking away, turning and churning, modrons drifting. Place you've been before. As you find yourself in Mechanus, you turn around and you can see her, Mistra, standing much taller than you, but not at like a god's height, maybe about 10 feet or so behind you. She smiles. This is very dangerous, Nicholas, but I could not resist, at least saying hello.
Hello, Mistra. It's been a while, at least for me. What is going on?
She kind of like walks over towards you and sits down next to you. What indeed? This is very complicated, and to answer your questions directly, it is risky.
Very well. Mia, is she an avatar? Is she you?
She is not an avatar, and she is not me.
Random child?
Orphan off the street that you picked up?
Like, fuck you, you're magical now.
She looks at you, and you kind of like look into her eyes, and they sparkle without any like lie or deceit. She is not me, but she is not me. You must protect her. You have to keep her safe. Follow your road. Get to the Dales.
Very lost. Very, very lost.
I
I am 20 years lost.
I know.
I'm completely off track.
It is simply through this fluke of a wish that I am even able to talk to you of these things. But your presence here has brought with you all of the knowledge that will come. And now I know the next 20 years.
Hopefully
I
you can
cannot.
prepare.
I will prepare, for that is what I have already done. But I cannot stop what is happening. I cannot fix what will happen. That is up to you and the Wanderers.
I'm too old for this now.
I
I'm
kind
far
of rests-
too old.
Her hand on your back. I told you that 1,000 years ago when you asked me to give you life eternal.
Yes, well, you're right. Just took me a few hundred years to realize it.
All the risk in the world, and it is worth it to hear you say that.
Very well, I will do my best to guard Mia. But I'm so lost.
I know. It will make sense soon, my old friend. And once you are done, it will be your time to rest. The rest of the world can go and fight, and you will have your place that you have earned within everything. But there is this last journey that must be walked, and you are the one who has chosen to walk it.
Very well. I will walk it to the best of my ability.
Have
Stay
faith
safe.
in you. I will. You too. It's been good talking to you again.
Will we talk again later? Or is this the last?
We will talk soon. And I will see you again. I'm sure of it.
Very well. Nicholas will take his hat off and give a deep bow before ending the spell.
She closes her eyes, and it's not much, but she lowers her forehead a little bit, kind of in that like respectful response. And as the spell ends, you wake up within the small room here in the tavern. You can see Aerith and Oni are still in the midst of their trance. Only about an hour has passed. It's still early middle of the night.
Nicholas will pull out his ever-smoking pipe, think for a little bit while smoking it before falling off to sleep with his pipe still in his mouth.
Fire hazard.
Fortunately. I was going to
room on
say,
fire.
it's a magic pipe, so it's
It is a magic pipe.
not necessary. Yeah. All right. The next morning, you all wrap up your trancing, your resting. You find yourselves back at full hit points. All of your spell slots restored. Aerith, unfortunately, you are still one level exhausted.
Yep.
But the new day here within the Feywild is yours. Did you guys want to keep going for another half an hour or so, or call it here? Because we're just about at the 4-hour mark.
God, those numbers are all bad.
Really, because they're not good either way, are they?
No,
Middling.
they're just average in every way.
But
kind
I'll
of
leave it
in
up to you
order,
guys.
too.
You can either do a little bit more narrative, or
I'm fine with keep going. I'll just need to grab a snack.
just for like another half an hour is all I'm really thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can keep it rolling for a little bit longer. Might as well get started on trying to find Bastille at least.
At least talk and figure this shit out, yeah.
Alrighty. So as you all
I
awaken,
need to meditate, and then we're gonna go out somewhere quiet, and then train.
Oh no. I just realized since the Roll20 update, my gold is all gone.
what?
It like wiped my gold.
Oh no.
Interesting.
It's blank.
Huh.
Fascinating.
So
Yeah.
are my personality traits, ideals, and bonds. They're all wiped.
Wait,
You didn't need
like,
that.
are they all blank or is it just gone?
Oh, what the? Oh,
Because if
Wow,
you
I'm
click
sitting here
characteristics, it expands, or yeah.
No, it's there. It's there. They're
It's
just those.
there,
All
it's
those
just-
fields are empty for him.
Oh.
Mine are
Hold
too,
on.
but I can't remember if there was ever anything written in there to begin with.
I don't think you ever had anything in yours.
I don't think so,
I had
because I
very
didn't
basic,
have anything
stuff
to go
in
off of.
and then I know I had gold. I had quite a bit of gold.
I had gold.
Who stole it?
we'll figure it out. We'll like roll some dice and figure it out.
Yeah, that's fine. Also lost tool proficiencies.
What the heck happened with Roll20?
I
Why
do
would
not
you
know.
change character sheets?
Everything
What the
is-
heck?
Working fine for me.
It's just a lot of little things. Like I also have these giant borders now around characteristics and then my class things. I don't know.
Those
I
are
don't know.
the. Huh.
I wonder if it's just my screen then, with the giant
Maybe.
borders.
I could look
I
at
don't
it tomorrow or something.
It's not that big a deal. Sorry, I got you guys sidetracked.
No, you're good. All right. So, what is the plan for the start of this next day within the Feywild?
I gotta meditate, and then find somewhere to train.
Okay. Well, you are in the middle of a town. It's not super like densely packed, but there aren't a lot of like really wide open spaces to train. You could probably find a small enough area outside here, like in the tavern streets, in the streets of the city, but or you'd have to leave the town.
Yeah, I can do that a little bit afterwards. But yeah, I have to. Yeah, I'm trying to get meditating over with at least.
Okay, all right, roll me a wisdom check. Sit down to meditate. You close your eyes and reach into that powerful vortex of energy, and it twists and turns, but there still seems to be almost like a limitation. Like your power can't reach as far as it used to, and as you meditate, you unfortunately aren't able to sense any of the Vanguard or really make any more headway into understanding your own how it's affecting you directly. It is
Well, that's
being
not good.
trapped in the past. Yeah, you've kind of isolated yourself from where that energy originated from, and so the Vanguard doesn't exist yet. And
Well, guys, I guess there's no Vanguard actions while we're here.
Could you, being in the past without Ascalon realized yet as a, could you turn into Ascalon even? Like, how would that work? I'm just wondering.
you still feel that like well of energy within you that you could tap into. It just feels like a normal well goes into the ground, connects to the water system that's also connected to a bunch of other water systems. It feels like your well has been cut off from the other water systems. Like what you have is what you have right now.
Yay!
With a 9, that's the best you're going to get out of me.
Yeah,
Don't
Yeah,
use it all up.
That's
I guess.
fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Skinny Escalon.
well, I guess we'll head down and talk to Archie, and then after we get that figured out, I'll go find somewhere to try to train. I'm less than 20 points away from completing defensive fighter.
I feel it.
I'm 182 out of 200. I'm so close.
That was exactly where I was with Mariner. I was so close to finishing it for so long that I just kept rolling single digits.
You guys want to trade numbers for stats? For training?
No, because you just started a new one.
No, I'm
No.
not even halfway. It's just a massive number.
Yeah, he just needs a lot to be able to get
That's
25.
because he's committed to his test with
250.
us, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's not much. I'm working on blind fighting, and mine is 215.
Mm-hmm. I
All
tried to
for
keep
just
them
one
about-
stat increase.
Yeah, one stat increase from 24 to 25.
It's worth it. I swear.
It's worth it. All right, so you guys head on downstairs, knowing that you don't really have a lot of room to do physical training this morning.
Could I still do mine? Because
Yeah.
so
That can
like the day before he kind of focused in on trying to hear the tavern downstairs, and he's gonna try to focus in more and sort of cut out the ambient chatter to try to hone in on individual people, since that would be
Okay.
important for focusing without being able to see.
Okay.
I'll throw paper balls at you. You can try and block them.
All right, roll me a wisdom check. And that would be 3d6. As you close your eyes and begin to expand your senses out, you first start by listening for the breathing and heartbeat of your allies here within the room with you, and using them to kind of create a starting point to analyze off of, how far away, and then you can push those a little bit out of your current perception, and a little bit further you start to hear the din conversation beneath, but it's all just kind of one big humming noise of just about a dozen or so voices. But with the 16, you start to pick those apart and make progress towards understanding your senses like Daredevil.
Hell yeah.
All right.
It's not bad.
Anybody else have anything they can do here within the rooms this morning?
Herbalist kit training.
Okay.
Think,
All right, go ahead, roll
think
me
better.
Intelligence.
Herbalize.
Herbalize.
All right.
Yay.
That is. I think that is 2d6.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Wow.
and then that one is 3d6 for Nicholas.
We
Can I
take
just
those.
bring in my new character and be done with this?
We gotta
Do you
get
think
the
you're gonna
gang
do any
back together.
better? Right.
You-
Also, do you think you're gonna do any better on a new character, Aurora?
You just said that it was you, not the character.
You're cursed.
Really?
You got to break the curse. You got to see it through to the end.
Exactly.
Right?
Listen, I'm limiting myself. No more characters for me. So no more characters for you.
And if
Hey,
you leave
I only
Aerith
played
out,
one
then
other character, alright? Mr.
yeah.
5
But if you leave
characters.
Aerith out, and then you'll never break the curse. You'll always, all your characters will be terrible.
I mean, they're not
You gotta break the
terrible in
cycle.
Strixhaven. Can I bring that
Different game,
character
man.
in?
The game knows.
I know.
It does. It always
The
just
game
makes for a
always
good story,
knows.
man. Alright. So as you wrap up your studies and training, with Ken knowing that he'll be able to get his done once you guys are kind of out of the buildings here within the town, you head downstairs. As you step into the tavern below, you look over towards Archie's corner, and you can see him talking with what looks like a small child, early teens, maybe. Looks a lot like him, and they're kind of just he's just leaning over and talking gently towards him, and the kid seems excited about something and bounces from left to right foot, and then jumps up and down, and Archie reaches out and scruffles him on the head, and then the kid runs out the main door. I'll go ahead and put his token here just so you guys see. And he runs past the six of you as you walk down through the main entryway of the lobby of the tavern.
Oh, all right. Guess I'll just start walking up.
Okay.
Good day, Archie.
Good
I
morning.
was gonna say morning, but yeah.
Good
If you
morrow.
just finished sleeping, then it must be the morning.
Yeah, that's true. Who was the kiddo with you just now?
My son. Let's call him Sonny. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Don't worry about him too much. He'll probably be along with us. Well, if you come with me, at least.
Who wants to ask him the question?
I just gotta
I
say,
think we
like,
know the answer to.
if you say don't worry about him, now we're all about him.
I just don't want you spending any more effort on him than I put in enough effort worrying about that boy. You just puts his hand out like, he'll be my responsibility, as he always is. So, I just don't want you worrying about him.
Okay. Fair enough. So after some good sleep and relaxation, I think we're gonna take you up on your next job request.
Wonderful.
We did have something to ask though. Does the name Bastille sound familiar?
I mean, it's not necessarily a name. Bastille is the title of an archfey. When an archfey takes power and assumes their position within an environ, they take on the title like a continuity thing. The current Titania wasn't always named Titania, honestly. Don't even remember really what her name was. But when she became the Titania, she took the name Titania. So, it's kind of a name. Not entirely. Why? Where'd you hear it?
Who has
That's a
the
good
current name of Bastille then?
Uh,
I don't think that's going to be public information, Nick.
it's...
Hey, whoa,
A
code
noble,
names.
so
Code
they'd be like,
names.
would it be like the noble of? I meant like, is it the noble of the Winter District or is the Bastille?
Yes, Bastille is normally the title given to the... I hate to put it this way, but head archfey of the Winter Court. The
Do you know him?
head
Are you
is
familiar with him personally?
I've met him once or twice when I was brought on to govern over these areas and help him out however I could, but not as well as I wish I did.
Okay.
Does he have a son?
I think he does, actually. Believe so.
Okay. Progress.
Could you get us word of a way to meet him? If we do a couple jobs for you, could you put in a good word for us?
It's possible. I mean, if that's what you would like in turn for your assistance with what I have planned, then I
How
could
often
potentially set something up.
They change? Like, when would a new Bastille come in?
When he's supplanted.
Not to sound too rebellious here, does it seem like he's in need of a good supplanting?
Is he
Are
a
there
good
any
guy?
more better planning it, or
Is he a jolly good fellow?
As you ask, the armored figure that has mostly kept his head just kind of straight and like his whole visage is blank. Like, you could see the helmet, you could see the slits in the helmet, but no matter what angle it's at, it's like his face is in shadow. And as you ask this, there's just an ever so slight like tilt to the side and a turn of the head as he looks over at Archie. And Archie raises one hand. He's doing the best he can, given a interesting set of political challenges that he's facing. I don't think he wants to be supplanted right now, and I'm not looking to see that happen. No.
No. Oni kind of puts a hand up, like that was not an offer to supplant the man.
We wanted
That
to make
was
sure he's doing
academic curiosity, just to make sure there isn't any sort of discontent with him in his role, right? Is the general consensus good surrounding him?
Yes, we are offered a lot of freedoms here within the Winter Court that a lot of the other Fae aren't privileged to. Being shapeshifters in nature, we like the freedom to act and not have to hold ourselves beholden necessarily to our superiors. And Bastille, as well as the other Archfey of the Winter Court, we tend to encourage that freedom. It's fun that way.
That's good.
Now, the Summer Court, they are all about controlling, trying to make the Feywild its best version of itself by creating their own reality, their own ideology, and enforcing that reality and ideology across the rest of the plane. Which is why.
Is it just the winter and the summer, or is there more?
No. Autumn and spring exist as well. They're just not as prominent. I tend to get along better with the Autumn Court. The Spring Court tends to ally itself more closely with Titania. And then, of course, within each court there are multiple races and species that all have their own independent allegiances. It's very complicated. Yes. However, the best way for Fae to resist such influences is through... what is the most politically correct term? How to put this? Non-destructive pranking? It's best to humiliate your opponent as opposed to hurt them, because harming an archfey doesn't really do you much good, and if you're just going to kill a bunch of random fey, that's not going to do anyone any good. So, we tend to try to get the one-up on each other. And the way that we do this is a contest of sorts. I've explained somewhat as to how the aspect of divinity doesn't really exist in here, and we Archfey serve as that recipient for those energies. Well, beyond that, we have our own faith, the fairy flag. Each court contains or carries with it a flag that, when flown before battle, can ensure victory in all efforts. It's also very pretty, and itself a deeply magical artifact. I want to steal Titania's, because I think it would piss her off. And I think she needs to be taken down a rung, because she's just...
She's had it too good for too long.
That sounds like something Rose would do.
It's not even too good for too long. I mean, I've had it too good for too long. She wants more than too good. She's taking from other courts, forcing Fae to obey her will, and that is not acceptable. but I can't outright fight her, and to bring my armies to bear against hers would just cause death. So, if I steal her flag, or what I suspect is even more precious to her, and fly it above Sarnau itself, within Brokenstone, that's my dream. Now, I have a plan. It's a bad plan. It's not a good plan. It's gotten better when you arrived. I was working on it when you showed up. Titania's niece is hosting a gala of sorts, gathering of the powerful Fae and Archfey from across the courts to mingle and drink, eat, and be merry at the expense of the summer court, and I'm sure there will be plenty of glad handing to try to convince the other members of the other courts to join Titania's consolidation efforts. The gala offers us entrance into the palace in Astrazalian, and I would like to invite you all in as my guests. Once there, hoping your unique abilities, as I had honestly expected you to sneak past the grandmother, and I was hoping that that would pass this and you would get out, and then I could see how well you were at, sneaking. But you defeated her. That shows even more gumption, resourcefulness. I think we could do it. I think that you 5 are the ones to help me do it. What do you say?
That is a huge gamble.
Well, in return, I can send you home. Back through the door you took to get here. Back to your time. In your place where you belong.
We didn't say anything about time, Archie,
No.
did we?
You did not. But
I'm going to assume you are at the Bastille then. Just
kind
a
of,
final
he doesn't
hunch.
answer. He just sits back. Why would you say that?
Well, your armies against Titania means you have influence. Could be a lesser number, but to bring a whole army seems more prominent. We have a description of a Bastille with a sun. You have a son.
You have a son. He has a son.
It's a lot of little things.
For the first time, the armor speaks up. I have a child. You think I'm Bastille?
We've never
Is
seen
everyone with a
Archie and
child
Bastille in the
Bastille?
same room at the same time, okay?
Well, there's also, you know about the time magic, which makes you incredibly powerful to know that. So, it's just
I
a
know.
hunch.
Because your friend Mia gave me her name. And when I learned her name, I learned all I needed to know of her. You all originate from far in the future, sent here through a wish. The after effects I can still see and sense. The door is
That-
following you.
That could have been anyone's name.
But it wasn't. It was yours. To give anyone else's name is not to give power. For one to give the name of another, not give that one's power. But to give your name freely here. It's as though you pointed out which book on the shelf was you. And all I had to do was read it.
So you have a god.
A god.
A guard. I'm saying that as he's more important, so he needs a guard. That's why I
Oh.
have a hunch. He's best. He's the Bastille.
Many important nobles walk your world with guards. I have but one.
And I could
Harrow
be wrong.
is loyal to me.
Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag.
What about, does the name Thorn mean anything?
Thorn. Kind of like mulls it over in his head. I do believe I've heard it. Don't think I've ever met anyone by the name of Thorn.
Can I roll insight?
Roll me an insight check.
If I could find it.
It's not bad. Okay. As he's mulling over the word thorn in his mind, there's a sparkle just in the edge of his eye. And then it's like, it's not a physical change, but it's almost like, you know, when someone puts on a mask, metaphorically, and their face just goes blank. It happens instantaneously. And then he smiles and looks at you. Can't really tell, honestly.
Nick will just give us a smile back, like, well, it seems I was mistaken. Couldn't help
Pay
to
no
ask,
mind to
though.
it. It's just that identifying oneself can be dangerous. And right now, Archie, that's just who I am for the moment. I may be Bastille. I may be somebody else. I may not even be an ally of the Winter Court. Won't it be fun to find out?
After we steal the flag.
After. And whatever she may be, because you see, okay, so here's the thing. The flags, they're kept in these beautifully ornate carved wooden boxes that were grown for this specific purpose. Don't open it. As soon as you open the box, the magic is cast, and it will be useless to me. You have to keep them sealed. I also believe that she had a second one made to hide something else, and I don't know what it is, but I want to. So,
You want both.
I want both. I will take one. All I want to do is really embarrass her, but I'm so curious. So, I will offer you a favor. Bring me both. I will do all I can to help you with your wayward friend if I can now, or if I can in the future, present, whatever it is to you. I will then facilitate getting you back where you belong. And should you need me in that time, reach out, and I will owe you one.
Oh, well, I mean,
Why couldn't nobody be here for this? This is stealthily steal something? It's
You're
perfect.
just racking up IOUs for days with these people, huh? Every new group we encounter, we're getting like, hey, we'll help you maybe if you do something for us.
I mean, it's tit for tat, man.
Hello, you.
I know
When this
you are
final battle
seeking-
comes, we're gonna call everyone in like a fucking like the scene from Avengers, basically.
Ba,
Right.
ba, da, da.
Avengers Endgame style.
Yup. Do it, man.
It's gonna be
Great.
a hodgepodge of demons, fae, normal people,
Normal
whatever
people.
the else we can get, giants.
Giants.
You did. I forgot about the cloud giants.
yeah. I was thinking about them the other day. I was like, we haven't talked to them in a while. I wonder how they are.
Yeah, probably get a few modrons.
Handful of kobolds.
Cobalt with a dynamite stick.
Maybe nobody talks some macaronians into coming over.
Fix the portal.
The Githyanki from the Astral Sea.
Oh, yep, they get.
Magenta,
dragons.
deep below, in the
Oh
Underdark.
my
Oh, yeah.
god, the mind
Got the-
flare.
Mind flayers, yeah.
I mean, it's
See,
like
someone
they
will
don't have a
see
lot they
that
can
in the
offer you
distance.
aside from aid.
Someone will see that out in the distance, like, that's the evil army.
We're
The one you
definitely
guys
gonna
have been
look like it.
Oh no, mind flayers and demons. Oh, get away from that. That's
Wait,
the evil
so-
guys.
In my mind, it strikes me as like Alliance versus Horde because the cult's very human, half elf, because it's just like the dispossessed and the people that were unable because there's just so many humans and half elves in the Sword Coast, and like in my mind, the Alliance in World of Warcraft was always more of the evil side than the Horde, which mostly just seemed like just leave us the fuck alone. But this amalgamation of all these different races that are brought together over their same like, dude, stop it. Get some
You're
help.
killing all of us.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
But- so that is my proposition. Take time, discuss it amongst yourselves, discuss the things you've learned here today, discuss the revelations that I have shared with you of my own insights into who you are, and come back and see me. The gala won't be for another 5 days, so we have time. I was here just resting up, getting ready to go, and we'll be leaving in about 2 days. So take the next couple days, gather your strength, get together whatever information you can, and if you need anything, I'll be here.
Okay. All right. Maybe that'll give us some time to get defensive fighter.
Alright, so now we
feel
have
like-
to
I feel like I'm
go
going
to
to
a
need
vault
it.
first. Infiltrated. Don't get caught. Steal 2 very important items. Give them to this guy, and totally don't start a war after it. Sound about right?
Just another Tuesday.
Mia, before we leave, like Mia will turn over to Ken and just. He said that saying other people's names doesn't give them power over anybody. Should we ask him about your friend?
I mean, well, Archie knows now, so I guess there's no point in trying to hide it anymore.
It's up to you if you think we should, but that's why we're
I
here.
mean, Archie's been somewhat straight up with us so far, so they've garnered a little bit of trust with me. So, well, but then again, we're really not in the right period to be asking about them at the moment. So,
I mean,
I don't know
Gnome
if-
did already hit him with Thorn, so
well,
I don't think it would
Yeah, I
be
did.
that bad of an idea if you wanna ask. I'm not saying do it. I will defer to your judgment for sure. If you don't want to, don't. But
I mean, they've been somewhat straight up with us. So I trust them enough to ask about Rose at least.
Us being here has something to do with it. It wouldn't have
Yeah.
just randomly sent us here.
Yeah, that's true.
So what do you ask?
Have you heard whispers of any changelings that might have been named Rose? I
Kind of.
think they may be of the same age, maybe a little bit younger than Thorn.
Kind of like chews on his lip and tilts his head back. Everybody roll me an insight check. I'm gonna call for it this time so that nobody could feel like anything's being cheesed.
Insight. I'm so good at them. Oh shit.
Cheesed. Oh,
I
Oni,
burned a
my
nat
friend.
20.
You did.
on it kind of puts an elbow on Ken's shoulder and leans forward a little bit, watching carefully.
As you watch Archie carefully. He kind of like just swirls his drink around a little bit and takes a sip and goes, I don't really know very many children. None necessarily
Don't
by
know
the
a lot
name
of
of
kids.
Rose. So he doesn't give you anything, but what you notice, Oni, actually, all of you notice, because he rolled a 2, plus his modifiers, as the armored gentleman to the right of Archie turns his head quickly and with more reaction to anything else that has been said in this conversation, kind of looks over and Archie raises his hand quickly and looks up at him and just puts like one finger out and just like kind of gives him that like one moment. But no, I can't say that I'm familiar with any children. I'm not even quite sure how old Thorn would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
He just gives you the biggest, warmest smile. Pay it no mind.
All right. Well, I guess we'll take some time to, get prepped. And me personally, I don't mind helping you out with this prank. I was about to say heist, but
Tomato,
Same
tomato.
thing.
I like both words. They're both good. Can we call it a heist prank? Prank heist?
prank heist.
A prank
Price.
heist.
Yeah, price.
A price.
We're gonna make Titania pay a price.
I like this one. This one's funny. He's got a sense of humor. I like him. Well, take time, prepare yourselves. The summer court is not for the faint of heart, and maybe find some respectable clothes. Just a suggestion. I'm not trying to cast judgment.
What's wrong with my
God damn
dress?
it! Now I gotta see about finding an artist to draw Ken from normal time.
Fancy pants, Ken.
Yeah.
All right. Did you
Is
guys
my
have any
dress
other?
okay? Because I don't really wear any other clothes.
Does this
No,
mean there's
that's
going to be
just-
another drawing of Aerith in another outfit?
Do it.
These are the fanciest clothes I own, sir. And it's like every time Oni moves, it's a literal like ink blot trail that follows what he does. You know, he's wearing that glamored cloth, so like I can't get any more fancy. I'm sorry. The best that I have.
Okay. Well, I have an idea, but we could discuss it once I've worked out some of the more intricate details. At this point, your dress is stunning, my dear, and honestly, I couldn't imagine anyone better there at my side than yourself and Master William here. Kind of like stops for a second and has to think of the name you gave him. The two of you stood at my shoulder, we would definitely draw the attention of the crowd. Which
You're gonna
might
have to
facilitate some time.
Do it
for
like
your
last
friends.
time when we stole something. Like, oh, I'm just an old man. Oh, no. How did I get here? I wasn't stealing anything. You're crazy.
I'm not crazy, you're crazy.
This is my box.
Okay, so I guess
I brought it here with
Dirty
me.
Dan.
what me and Mia are going to be the distractions while you three is that pulling the actual heist.
Right? I
don't
want to
know
be at
your
a party.
strengths. And I believe she has defenses there, so there are those that need to be considered as well. Again, it was just a vague notion. I figured if I had the seed in my mind and I planted it in all of yours, then over the next few days, while we, relax before going to this gala, we can potentially come up with some really juicy ideas.
Let's just
Gala
teleport nobody here
happening.
so he can steal everything.
We have 5 days. We'll be leaving via carriage in 2, arriving a day early, and the gala starts in 5 days.
And where can we go to buy or acquire outfits for this gala?
There is a tailor. What were you say, Ken?
I was gonna say, I mean, all else fails.
Yeah,
Make
fabricated.
it.
There is a tailor within town called So Right that you could see about having something made for you. Just send the bill here. I'll cover it. No problem. Part of my appreciation for your extra efforts in clearing the Veil Water of a annoying nuisance. I'll be able to get my tea a lot easier for the next decade or so.
Oh, very well. I guess we'll go from there then.
All right, everyone, for the 5 days, we're training stealth.
Good luck with that.
Well, the last thing I did want to do, because I just don't want us to forget between here. So as you guys step out into the city of Sarnau to go and pursue the day's objectives, I know Ken wants to go and do his training the day. So why don't you go ahead and roll me your you're doing
Defense fighter. I think
Yeah, I
we're
just
rolling
can't remember
wisdom.
wisdom. That's what it was. Wisdom. Yeah, roll me wisdom. As you kind of like tap Oni on the shoulder, and the two of you find a secluded spot to practice. Oh, not bad.
And I'll
Flash
give
of
you a 4.
genius.
Flash
And a
genius
D4.
and a D4. All right, roll the D4.
That's 21.
Get a hot 25, just off the top.
Right?
Come on, come on, come
I
on,
believe.
come on. You can do it.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do the work.
Oh, I'm rolling.
I usually let you guys roll it. Feels better that way.
Hey!
Hell yeah, dude. 25.
That is going to be 6d6.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Come on, bro, we believe.
All 6.
6.
Do the work.
Wait, hold on.
You needed exactly 18 because he was at 82 or something.
Yeah, 182 out of 200.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So as you find a secluded spot for you to train, Oni, you serve as more of like a source to help him training. As you've completed your training today, you're not really trying to enhance anything in this back and forth aside from helping Ken. And with the party cheering on, you find Ken's defenses have become a lot more complete, I guess is the right word. The small openings that had been presenting themselves during combat have closed up. His forms have become tighter, his movements a lot more sure, and you now have your defensive fighter.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's see what that gives.
And with that,
What does that do?
I know it increases my AC by 1. I think it does something else, but I can't search it for some
let's
reason.
see. Yeah, I'm
Beats.
trying to.
Is it
It was
not
the
in?
fighting style, right? It was a fighting style, defensive fighter.
Yeah, fighting style,
Oh.
defensive. Yeah.
Yep, it is a +1 bonus to your AC
Nice.
while you're wearing armor. Yep, just
Wait,
increases
is
your AC
it
by
fighting
1.
style defense?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it was okay. I didn't realize it was a fighting style. I thought this was a feat this whole time.
Yeah, I thought it was a feat too. So why are you
I mean,
wearing armor?
technically
You
it
gain a
is because
+10
like you
bonus
could
to
take a
AC.
fighting style as a feat, so technically is. But... Alrighty, well, you now have laid out the path forward as to what Archie wants you guys to do. That was a lot of fun. For a second, I thought maybe I could get one of you guys to part with one of the artifacts, maybe to not have to fight her.
Yeah, I don't think
Nah,
so.
no.
No.
We have
Oh.
gone through way too much to get where we are with all of these. I don't think anybody was willing to give those up, nor let Ken or Mia stay behind. Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
That's what I told Gina. I was like,
That's
I know what she
fine.
wants, and you guys aren't gonna want to give it to her.
I'll just stay and then I'll just teleport away, and I'm sure that would work fine.
I'm so sorry for hitting you that with on the subtle spell. Like, I know you thought that I'd be able to like put. Oh, it's like,
Just the fact that I could not shake it, but like I said, I was supposed to have proficiency, but it
Yeah.
got changed.
You probably could have shaken it earlier if you'd
Yeah.
had that checkbox in there, but it's all good. Now we know.
I
At
mean,
least it wasn't like the
maybe
severing
not, because
fight.
it was a 20.
Yeah, it was a DC 20.
Nobody died though. Nobody actually even went down.
No.
Right?
That was a surprisingly smooth
Very
fight
good.
for us. We're pretty good at getting dropped a couple times before we take something else. So I take that as a win.
Nicholas's ability to stay out of sight was amazing. I kept forgetting about her Crown of Stars and the bonus action, which I think I only missed like one of those, but then I didn't cast one of those. And I think I missed the other two because I was rolling trash because
Yeah.
I had to roll at disadvantage because they're ranged attacks.
I wanted you to hit me with it because I still have never yet to be able to use the absorb magic for my staff.
Oh no.
That's not
know
big.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna need your GM powers to add the feat to my list, and I've already
Okay.
spotted 2 more feats that I wanna.
Oh my god.
Just working towards.
Yeah,
Let's see.
one is Draconic Senses, and the other is Gift of the Metallic Dragon.
Got it there. It's just not.
They added a
giving
bunch
me
of
the
new
bonus.
cool stuff with fizz bands for dragon stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Haste is not on. Just want your armor on because I want to see the AC. Okay.
Should be 27 with
Yeah,
defense.
after with the defensive side, right?
Jesus.
You can add in.
I'm sitting at a
You
nice.
can add in that
18.
little AC thing the same way we add in the global damage stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what I did for Mariner, and it just perfect.
That is a great idea. I will just do that because he's already got one here for haste. And set it to 1. Boom. 27. 29 when hasted.
Yeah.
Almost got that clean 30.
You almost
Nightmare.
have twice as much AC as I do.
You were
Oh,
what Aureus once.
Boy.
All the AC.
I know, and like it would be so hard if both of you were here doing this. If Aureus was, because if Aureus was still here and had been building his character the same way, he'd have the same. I mean, he might even have a higher AC at this point.
Only AC.
Terrifying.
That would be dope.
Absolutely.
Our boy Aureus back in the fight. Just an absolute fucking wall.
I mean, so, he's
Right.
a cripple now.
Yeah, he's
fine.
He'll bring in an armored wheelchair.
There's all kinds of magic stuff that can get around, like losing limbs and stuff. So
I think
I was
he's
looking
just
at the-
drained of strength. He's not really.
It'll be fine. I can just build him a Magitech prosthesis.
There you go.
right, build you a Magitech suit.
We'll build it back better.
You can be the War Machine to Ken's Iron Man. Come on.
Hell yeah.
Right?
All right.
It's like
I am
the
going-
characters in reverse.
With the
Go back
jokes
to
aside,
nobody.
I think I want to try to get Draconic Senses because blind sight sounds really
Would be
useful.
helpful.
Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
since we
I
keep
got
running
advantage
into
on-
casters that want to turn invisible on us, try to run.
Right.
I mean, it is a very limited vision range. Just be aware of that. It's only like 10 feet.
It's like 10 feet, but like, hey, it's there. And then
Yeah.
I'll still have advantage on perception checks.
Mm-hmm.
And those are always great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when Oni finally has to step out so Iedos can come back and you guys don't have your plus 15 perceptions.
Then I got to start deciding what I want to work on with Eidos.
I know.
Right.
Because he was
No.
gone basically before we started being able to do these trainings.
Mm-hmm.
He was there for like the first day or two that we could, and then he's out, so there's no telling what I want to try to throw on that man.
Rose did kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I was working on stuff, but I can't even remember what
So,
either.
I have a question.
Hmm.
So, Gift of the Metallic Dragon, it gives you the Cure Wound spell, and you can cast it without a spell. Okay, I'm gonna just read it. Draconic Healing, you learn the Cure Wound spell. You can cast the spell without spending a spell slot. Once you cast the spell in this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. You can also cast the spell using spell slots you have. Spellcasting abilities, Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma. And then, since I already have Cure Wounds, can I just, if I were to try to train up on it, can I just get it for the second perk that it has, the Protective Wings perk?
So you wouldn't want the first part at all?
Well, you
I
could
mean, I already have
technically
Cure Wounds.
replace your
I mean,
cure
it's still
wounds
a
with
free
another
Yeah,
artificer
it's-
spell.
Yeah.
It's just baked in too. Like you get a free cast of it on top of that. Like no real
And
drawback to
like
it.
Aurora said, your artificer spells you can change daily, so you can always just swap cure wounds out for something else.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
That was
See?
that was
It's essentially
All works
free
out.
spell. Yeah.
Okay.
I loved that about Cray. It was so nice being able to adjust things in the day, like
Yeah,
choose two or more. That's what I want.
but yeah, just I guess the Protective Wings perk is like the best bit about it.
Yeah.
You just pretty much like throw a shield on people.
Equal to your proficiency, which means at 17, that's going to go up to a +6 to your AC.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use it 6 times.
Yeah. But it's not like shield where it lasts until the start of the next round. It's just that one hit. But that's still really fucking good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you can use it on other people within 5 feet of you. Throw a shield on somebody else. Pretty cool.
Got so many choices. I'm finally free from the defensive penetrator. Now I can't choose.
I say go with Gift of the Metallic Dragon.
Yeah,
It fits so well as well.
yeah, it fits the Ken aesthetic.
Mhm.
Right?
Okay, yeah. So I guess that'll be the next goal. Got to figure out how to tap into my draconic abilities while maintaining my human form, which technically I kind of already am currently doing with Dragon Trigger.
A little bit. Yep. That's where it started. And it's kind of like channeling the power without transforming. Now,
Yeah.
that's what you're trying to work on. You built up the power to the point where you then transformed, and now you're trying to go beyond that transformation point without transforming.
Yep.
You're doing that thing from fucking Dragon Ball Z where Goku with Gohan were training Super Saiyan to like just be able to stay in it at all times.
I loved that arc. Them just standing there like nothing's wrong, and they're just like, it's like, are you guys okay? And like, oh right, Super Saiyan's gone. Forgot about that.
I love that watching that bit like from DBZ Abridged. So, like they'll come out and explain it, and then Vegeta's like,
Oh man. I've been watching, I watched all of Dragon Ball, and then I was like, do I watch Kai or Z? I know that everyone says that it's pretty much the same. Like, this Z has just more filler, but at the same time, like, I don't mind filler. The filler it's what makes the story, I don't know, have depth. So I've been watching through Z, and I realized I think I've only ever watched Kai.
Oh,
Really?
Really? Like, I don't.
Oh.
I'm seeing a bunch of episodes I don't recognize. There's a whole bunch of shit happening I've never seen before, and I'm like, I remember watching Z and it only being like 200 episodes long, not 360.
Are you
So
telling
I
me you
think-
got to see Goku and Piccolo in the driving test?
Oh my god, I remember that episode.
I'm still on the Saiyan saga, so I'm still we're still fucking around on goddamn Namek, but I can guarantee you I have not seen that scene, and yeah, I'm sure it's coming.
Hell yeah, it is.
But I've been playing through Xenoverse while I do that, just because it's fun, just kind of live in both worlds. I watch it on my tablet and play Xenoverse.
I've
I don't know.
never seen Dragon Ball.
Oh, dude, it's so good. I think you would honestly love it. It's just such a good story. Even with all of the stuff that wasn't intentional from the beginning, and then kind of just sort of makes sense later on, because why not?
I still need to watch JoJo. I have like a backlog of animes I need to watch. I need to watch JoJo, Dragon Ball. I have like a giant list. Like it's like a page just filled on both sides. I have like
feel
over 100 animes that my friends recommended.
Jujutsu Kaisen was pretty dope. I just finished that recently.
It's if you like Jujutsu Kaisen, definitely also check out Chainsaw Man. And there's one
Yeah.
that's about to come out called Dan to Dan. That shit is great.
Okay. I've
All
seen
right.
Chainsaw Man, but the other one
Chainsaw Man was
I'll check it out.
hilarious. That was so
so
good.
stupid.
It's another
So
one
dumb, I
that's
love it.
like mainly a comedy, but
Hmm.
it's based on supernatural and extraterrestrial type stuff. So like
Hmm.
ghosts, yokai, stuff like that, but also aliens. And even though it's a comedy, it gets hyped for no reason with like the main cast essentially make contracts with yokai. So they have like transformations. Even though it's the inciting act of that entire series. Spirit takes the main character's balls